Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Black people, brown people who have not had due process in this country. And it absolutely enrages me to see Congress people out there advocating with such vigor and gusto on behalf of illegal immigrants, and they have nothing to say on that.
I think it's unfair. I think it's unfair to say. I think it's unfair.
Why? So that Democrats will show up at immigration detention facilities and advocate on behalf of gangbangers.
So this is all
that
just
is why.
for,
and you guys fall for it every single time.
Administration, there's not only you're panicking. I mean that honestly. Like in crisis management and disaster management, we don't really panic over a normal number. It's a big number. It seems like a big number to you.
We have a class divide in this country, and immigration really divides the elites from the working class. Working class.
I think it's about the courts. It's about U.S. citizens, period. You don't have, if you suspend habeas corpus, I can't prove I'm a U.S. citizen. I have 2 Y's in my last name. That's an Arab name. I can't prove it, right? I mean, so let's just be realistic about here. So you can
prison on behalf of people.
I mean, look, the issue.
I'm sorry. Who's going to prison? Because I was there. If you're are you talking about what happened in Newark on Friday? Are you talking about what happened in Newark on Friday? I was there.
Detention center.
Excuse me. I was there. Stop. I was there. Okay.
Hello, everybody. Guys, let's get right into this panel. Baya, the brainless, she's truly despicable. She made this disgusting argument before. Let's check this out and we'll talk about it.
She's a former DHS assistant secretary and a Harvard professor. The numbers tell the story, Juliet. Border encounters have plummeted almost to zero. You can look at the chart. And the last time I mentioned that on this show, conservatives on the internet lost their minds, but it is true.
Yes.
Border crossings are way down. The border is effectively closed. So under those circumstances, how can they still claim that there is an active invasion that warrants suspending a core constitutional right?
So, I mean, they haven't proved it yet. And I take Secretary of Homeland Security, Noem, at her word that she is not a constitutional scholar. I mean, and then she answers the question. I think what you're seeing is an administration that's trying to read the tea leaves out of Donald Trump, who tends to throw things out here. But if you just look at the qualities of either invasion or insurrection, I think we can sort of put aside insurrection. That's not happening. And I'm taking them at their word. So is this an invasion? That, under no circumstances is it an invasion, because for one, they're saying that the border is secure. 2, it's the same numbers as it was, years ago, and nothing has changed within the homeland to justify that this would be a serious argument they can make. And what they're losing is they're losing the court cases. I don't think this is an attack on immigrants. I think it's an attack on the fact that they've lost dozens and dozens of court cases regarding due process and regarding access to the courts. This is a challenge against the courts. It has nothing to do with immigration. I will say clearly, I'm not quite clear what Trump is going to do. They will lose so bigly on this issue that it's so careless. It's like I don't even get mad about it. It's a very silly way to treat leadership in times of national security. And that's where people like me who don't get into the politics of it, it's like, yes, we're going to go through this motion because you want us to go through this motion, but no one can legitimately look an expert in the eye and say, this is an insurrection.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to take this to court, Hal. And if Juliet's right, they lose. They might lose big, but they're going to expend a lot of resources trying to go down this road when they could just simply put these folks before an administrative immigration court and deport them.
No, I take issue. She said that nothing has changed since last time. No, there were probably 12 million people came in under Biden. Okay, that was an invasion. So the invasion happened, and they're all here now. And what's changed is that, you know, the courts have decided that under no other president did they ever say that you had to go through this process to deport people. Since Clinton was there, no, absolutely not.
Wait, what are you talking about?
Because Barack Obama deported 3 million people.
Yeah, you know what? You know how he did it?
No, he did not go through they sent them back as soon as they came over.
Hold on.
That's exactly what happened.
Right, okay.
So they didn't go through a court
let's
process.
sort this out. Border encounters. You encounter someone at the border. You can, in some cases, send them back.
They don't get due process.
But from the interior of the country,
so they get due process.
When Barack Obama deported the number of people, I think it was 1.9 million over two terms, that was done both at the border and in the interior through immigration enforcement, just regular old immigration enforcement.
So just to be clear, what you're saying,
he's trying to blur the lines and trying to say, oh, well, Obama did this. A lot of how Obama did it was at the border, which you can do. Some of them deportation once they're already in the U.S. What Trump is doing is trying to deport 20 million people that are in the U.S. right now without due process, without proving that they are, in fact, a person that should be deported.
Is that if someone's on the border of Texas, they're in the United States, they're not due process.
Trump
but if they're
has that
further
same
up,
power,
they're
right?
due process.
Okay,
I mean, I'm just trying to get clear.
Trump has the same power that Biden did and that Obama did to, if people are encountered at the border and they meet certain criteria, to turn them back. He still has. That's why that's why there's no border process. We're talking about due process in the interior of the country.
So
that's what
clear. I get that. I understand interior, but those are two separate things. Even though they're both in the United States, one gets due process, another one doesn't. And what I'm saying is the courts are not treating it the same way they did previously. They're saying Trump does not have the power to deport people. And how do you put 12 million people before an administrative judge? The reason I keep pushing back, Hal, is because that is not true. How do you put 12 million people before an administrative judge? You can't.
Yes, you can, because they're owed. I'm sorry, with all due respect, they're owed due process like anybody else on American soil is owed due process. But here's the problem. The problem is that this is, of course, political. And that the reason that they're saying this, the reason that Stephen Miller is saying that they're going to suspend habeas corpus if the judges don't do what they want, the reason Steve Bannon said they're going to suspend habeas corpus if the judges don't do what they want, is because they're going to suspend habeas corpus.
Yes.
And the judges are not going to be able to do anything about it because what can they possibly do? What army do they have to stop this? And so it doesn't matter what John Roberts says, who belatedly said, heavens to Betsy, I can't believe what I've unleashed with Trump versus the United States. Now Donald Trump appears to be lawless. We have to get this back. Too late, Mr. Chief Justice. But the problem here is that they have already signaled to us what they're going to do. And I believe that habeas corpus will be suspended.
I will say,
down the road
I
here.
will say this, though.
And guys, one of the things about the immigration bill that Trump squashed that was under Biden with Republicans was to hire more immigration judges, deportation judges, so that they can have due process for millions of people. And Trump squashed it. And the reason that I think it makes sense now that he didn't want it to go through is because he wanted to use this reason. Well, we can't waste too many people, so we have to just do no due process. It's unbelievable.
I mean, they have not.
I'm going to stop this right here, though. I actually like watching this guy's videos because I think I just like Abby Phillip. Just watching the way she conducts her panels. The problem with suspending habeas corpus is you can't half suspend it. If you suspend it, everyone is at risk, not just, quote, illegals. They're gonna do overreach with suspending it. And quite frankly, even Abraham Lincoln, when he did it, eventually Congress had to step in and authorize it. This is not something that an executive can do unilaterally unless there is an emergency. And the emergencies that Donald Trump has declared are artificial. Okay, there is no shooting war. The invasion they want to pretend is happening, it's not being done at the point of a gun. Um, it's a rhetorical invasion, and hopefully they don't pull the shenanigan. And the reason they haven't done it yet is Donald Trump looks at the polls. Even on immigration, that firm support he had is starting to soften. And that's the way it is. Whether he likes it or not, we're either a nation of laws or we're not. And the law, even as a nation of laws, we have some huge problems. Donald Trump is just making it worse. And, getting rid of the democratic norms and not following the Constitution is not an improvement. So we will move on. Everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. Please make sure you subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel if you're new, and share the wealth. There is a bunch of anti-black stuff. There is a bunch of anti-black stuff, enough to satisfy everyone, I imagine. Please subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. It's where I do a video essay or two every now and again on things that I find interesting to talk about. It's at Stanley Cross 6000, and we will move on to the next news story. I don't know quite what to make of this. I don't know that it's even that much of a surprise, because John Roberts, is the Chief Justice, has been wanting to erode the Voting Rights Act forever, for decades now. So apparently the Voting Rights Act has been eroded some more, and I'll read a short portion of this article. It's kind of long. So I may not get through all of it. And of course, I will have to enlarge it so I can see it. Old man needs enlargement. A panel of the 8th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals has struck down one of the key remaining ways of enforcing the Federal Voting Rights Act in 7 mainly Midwestern states. For decades, private individuals and groups have brought the majority of lawsuits for enforcing the landmark law's Section 2 protections against racial discrimination in the election process. But in a 2-1 ruling released Wednesday, the 3-judge panel found that Section 2 cannot be enforced by lawsuits from private parties under a separate federal statute known as Section 1983. That statute gives individuals the right to sue state and local government officials for violating their civil rights. Section 1983 stems from the Ku Klux Klan Act that Congress passed after the Civil War to protect Black people in the South from white supremacist violence, and voting rights advocates have considered it an antidote to a controversial 2023 decision by a different federal appeals panel that made it harder to enforce Section 2 in the 8th Circuit. The earlier panel found that Section 2 is not privately enforceable because the Voting Rights Act does not explicitly name private individuals and groups. Only the head of the Justice Department can bring these types of lawsuits, the panel concluded. The majority of the panel that released Wednesday's opinion came to the same conclusion. So, essentially, private individuals cannot bring lawsuit. It actually has to be someone in the Justice Department, the head of the Justice Department. Excuse me, I'm coughing here. It's just basically a further erosion. They're going to get rid of it. And Trump's Justice Department is not going to be inclined to even deal with voting rights. As a matter of fact, Republicans traditionally have, basically the fewer people vote, the more chance Republicans have of winning. And that's been kind of their strategy for decades. So there we go. So if it excuse me, if it gets appealed to the Supreme Court, it's a done deal. The conservatives there would just get rid of the Voting Rights Act altogether if they had the way to do it in one fell swoop. So we'll move on to Florida. Florida just banned fluoride from public water, and I forget another state has done it. I want to say it's Wisconsin, but I don't think it is. So let's just listen to this article.
Florida just banned fluoride from public water. Here's what to know. This article is by Emily Cochran and read by an automated voice. Governor Ron DeSantis of Florida signed a bill into law on Thursday that bans the addition of fluoride to public water supplies, making Florida the second state to prohibit the widespread public health practice. Studies show a clear correlation between fluoridated drinking water and improved oral health, including fewer dental cavities. Fluoride was added to a city's water supply for the first time in 1945, and the practice spread around the country in the following decades. But Mr. DeSantis and other prominent Republicans have criticized fluoridation as an example of government overreach, drawing parallels to masking and vaccine mandates during the coronavirus pandemic. How it fits into the national landscape. The law puts Mr. DeSantis and the Republicans who dominate the Florida legislature at the front of a growing national movement. Robert F. Kennedy Jr., President Trump's health secretary, recently called for all states to ban fluoride in drinking water. In March, Utah became the first state to outlaw the practice. A handful of other states, including Ohio and Texas, and a number of local governments are weighing fluoride bans. In 2022, the most recent year for which CDC data is available, about 63% of Americans lived in areas with fluoridated drinking water. The argument in favor of a ban. Fluoride is naturally present in many foods, and experts say that excessive exposure to fluoride over a long period can lead to health problems. Federal safety guidelines for how much fluoride to add to water supplies have been lowered in recent years to reduce any risk, including after a recent court order. With trust in public health eroding from the coronavirus pandemic, a movement to eliminate fluoride from drinking water has gained significant steam. Opponents of fluoridation have cast their concerns as a matter of protecting bodily autonomy and have cited the possibility of cognitive effects on children and infants from excessive exposure. Powerful people like Mr. Kennedy and other top Republicans have publicly questioned fluoridation's safety. It's forced medication when they're jamming fluoride into your water supply, Mr. DeSantis said at a news conference last week, standing behind a placard that hailed the Free State of Florida. Referring to the oral health benefits of fluoride, he said, "I'm not saying that's not true, but we have other ways where people can get access to fluoride. We should all agree that we want people to have informed consent when it comes to these things," he added. The case against the ban. Dentists and a number of public health experts say that fluoridated water is safe and essential for protecting oral health in children. The mineral prevents cavities by making teeth stronger, and reducing tooth decay can in turn reduce the risk for chronic conditions linked to oral health, like heart disease, experts say. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention has called the benefits of fluoridation one of the, quote, 10 greatest public health achievements of the 20th century. Dentists have lobbied forcefully to continue fluoridating water in Florida and other states that have considered banning the practice. Most people in the U.S. today have never seen nor personally experienced the severity of tooth decay that exists without fluoride, said a joint letter signed in April by dozens of national and state dental and medical agencies. With an abrupt departure from water fluoridation, our nation would undoubtedly experience a rapidly rising incidence of decay. Background. In April, Mayor Daniela Levine Cava of Miami-Dade County, the largest county in Florida, vetoed a fluoride ban there. Weeks later, the commission voted 8-4 to override the mayor's veto, reaching the required 2/3 majority. Speaking about the state law last week, Ms. Levine Cava said that this is a very important local decision, taking care of the personal health, the public health, and it's taken it out of the hands of our local community. What comes next? The statewide ban in Florida is scheduled to take effect on July 1st. At the national level, Lee Zeldin, the head of the Federal Environmental Protection Agency, has indicated that his agency may once again change its recommendation for how much fluoride should be added to drinking water after re-examining research on potential health risks. Mr. Kennedy said recently that he planned to tell the CDC, which he oversees, to stop recommending fluoridation to communities.
Yeah, well, I would imagine there will be more states to follow suit. Well, we're going to move into Trump news now. Not that that fluoridation thing wasn't Trump-ish. So this actually, I guess I knew this was going to happen, and I have mixed feelings about it. I don't think any other president would bother, doing this sort of thing. But Trump has a flair, an ostentation fetish. So Trump to house 7,500 soldiers for military parade in government office buildings. So President Trump plans to have a large military parade with 7,500 soldiers in downtown government buildings on June 14, 2025. The parade honors the Army's 250th anniversary and coincides with Trump's 79th birthday. Following long-standing military celebration plans, the event will showcase 120 military vehicles, including 24 Abrams tanks, an equal number of Bradley infantry fighting vehicles, 4 Paladin self-propelled howitzers, and various aircraft flying overhead. The parade's cost is estimated at $30 million, but may rise to $45 million, featuring a viewing stand on Constitution Avenue near the White House and a fireworks finale. The parade drew criticism with lawmakers, saying Trump uses it for political purposes, while Trump says it celebrates the greatest military in the world. And my thoughts are, Trump will kill 2 birds with 1 stone. It is all about ostentation. Look at the way he has decorated the Oval Office. It looks like a room in, Louis XIV's Versailles. It doesn't reek of class. So I look forward to watching that military parade. I feel sorry for the people who have to march in that parade. But that's what autocrats do. So the next story, SEC investigating whether Coinbase misstated its user numbers. And the only reason I'm even interested in this is I'm not a huge fan of Bitcoin sort of things. I'm kind of old fashioned that way. I like the old fashioned, stocks and bonds, the instruments that have been proven. And could just be that, the newfangled stuff I'm just distrustful of. I'm kind of a financial boomer, maybe. But there's a whole lot of things that, just don't make sense. Um, but let's play this story. There are those of us out there who are really into Bitcoin and that sort of stuff. I just, have my doubts.
SEC investigating whether Coinbase misstated its user numbers. This article is by David Yaffe-Bellany and Matthew Goldstein, and read by an automated voice. Not long after President Trump took office, Coinbase, the largest U.S. cryptocurrency exchange, got some good news. The Securities and Exchange Commission was dropping a lawsuit that had accused the company of illegally marketing digital currencies to the public. But that case may not be the end of the company's legal troubles. The SEC has also been investigating whether Coinbase misstated its user numbers in past disclosures, an inquiry that began during the Biden administration and has continued under Mr. Trump, according to 4 people familiar with it. The investigation, which has not been previously reported, has focused on a metric that Coinbase included in securities filings and marketing materials, claiming that the company had more than 100 million inches verified users, said the people, who spoke on the condition of anonymity. The data point appeared in Coinbase's original public offering document in 2021, but the company stopped citing it 2 years later. Coinbase has been in touch with the SEC over the course of this year, 2 people familiar with the inquiry said, and has hired the law firm Davis Polk and Wardwell to assist with its response. A representative for the SEC said the agency would not comment on the existence or non-existence of a possible investigation. Paul Grewal, Coinbase's chief legal officer, said in a statement that the SEC's inquiry was a holdover investigation from the prior administration about a metric we stopped reporting 2.5 years ago. While we strongly believe this investigation should not continue, we remain committed to working with the SEC to bring this matter to a close, Mr. Grewal said. The investigation into Coinbase shows that enforcement efforts on the crypto world have not entirely ceased in Washington, even after the SEC largely disbanded its specialized crypto unit. Since Mr. Trump took office in January, the SEC has dropped more than a dozen lawsuits and investigations targeting crypto firms, including the case it filed against Coinbase in 2023. The commission's new chair, Paul Atkins, is widely regarded as a crypto advocate, and the president is involved in several crypto ventures himself. But whatever the political environment in Washington, the SEC has a long-standing mission to make sure that public companies do not include misleading statements in regulatory filings that could influence an investor's decision-making process. Agency officials have contacted former Coinbase employees over the past few months, seeking information about the, quote, verified user figure, said the people familiar with the inquiry. Coinbase, a publicly traded company worth more than $60 billion, offers a marketplace where people can buy digital currencies like Bitcoin and Ether. In a sign of its growing prominence, the company was added this week to the S&P 500, the most important index for measuring the broad performance of stocks traded in U.S. markets. The move indicates the growing acceptance of crypto companies on Wall Street and means that more mutual funds are likely to invest in Coinbase shares. The company also revealed on Thursday that it had been the victim of a data breach that exposed customers' private information. The incident could cost Coinbase as much as $400 million to resolve, according to a public filing. Coinbase has long played a leadership role in the crypto world. The company was at the vanguard of the industry's attacks on Gary Gensler, the SEC chair during the Biden administration, who argued that nearly all digital assets should be regulated as securities, like the stocks and bonds traded on Wall Street. In its 2023 lawsuit, the SEC claimed that Coinbase violated federal securities law by failing to register as a broker and argued that some digital assets on its trading platform were securities that should be subject to strict regulation. Coinbase countered that it had done nothing wrong and that the SEC was misguided in classifying cryptocurrencies as securities. After the lawsuit was filed, Brian Armstrong, Coinbase's chief executive, said the SEC had, quote, taken a regulation by enforcement approach that is harming America. Over the ensuing years, Mr. Armstrong became more outspoken in his attacks on the agency. Coinbase poured tens of millions of dollars into the 2024 elections, supporting congressional candidates who backed the crypto industry. Since Mr. Trump's return to office, Coinbase's standing in Washington has been transformed. Mr. Armstrong sat 3 seats away from the president at a first-of-its-kind White House summit for the crypto industry in March. But the company is still navigating its issues with the SEC. Before it went public in 2021, Coinbase included the verified user number in a public filing, saying it had recorded 43 million of those users the previous year. In a social media post in 2022, Mr. Armstrong said the company was up to 103 million verified users. He repeated the figure in a YouTube video that year, and the company cited it in securities filings. But in those public filings, Coinbase included a caveat, saying the figure might, quote, overstate the number of unique customers who have registered an account because the same person might open multiple accounts using different phone numbers or email addresses. In a 2023 securities filing, Coinbase said it would no longer cite the figure in statements to investors. The number was not indicative of our overall performance and no longer provides valuable insight into our business performance, the company said. Instead, the company has focused on a separate metric, which records monthly transacting users, the number of people who use the platform in a given month. It's not clear precisely when the SEC began investigating Coinbase's use of the verified user figure, but the inquiry started while Mr. Gensler still ran the agency, according to 3 people familiar with the investigation. It's not unusual for the SEC to open an investigation after a company disavows a metric it had been promoting to investors. Often such inquiries end without any enforcement action, especially if regulators conclude that a company did not intend to deceive investors.
Yeah, I'm still not a huge fan. I have not bought into Bitcoin and, the cryptocurrency fad. So this next story is really interesting. If folks will remember, essentially, there is like a really long, narrow strip of land right along the southern border that the Trump administration had the bright idea of turning into like some sort of military base. And of course, it's sorry, I had to cough. Of course, this is going to wind up in front of a court. Most everything the Trump administration tries these days winds up in court. So somehow or another, and I haven't read this story, but somehow or another, migrants were charged with trespassing and a judge has dismissed it. So let's listen to this and see if we can make heads or tails of this.
Judge dismisses trespassing charges promoted by Trump in border defense area. This article is by Jack Healy, Leo Dominguez, and Seamus Hughes and read by an automated voice. A federal judge this week dismissed charges against nearly 100 migrants detained under a Trump administration effort to arrest undocumented migrants for trespassing on a newly declared national defense zone along New Mexico's border with Mexico. The order from a federal magistrate judge, Gregory B. Warmoth, added to the confusion and legal turmoil that have gripped New Mexico in the months since President Trump declared a ribbon of land along the 180-mile length of the state's southern border to be an Army base. Around 400 migrants had been charged with willfully violating security regulations, misdemeanor charges that can carry up to a year in jail. The arrests, which Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth was praising just last Friday, had swamped local jails and every day brought dozens of shackled migrants into a federal courtroom to face the novel charges. When you cross illegally, you will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, Mr. Hegseth said in a social media message. But Judge Wormuth, a former federal prosecutor, said the federal government had failed to show that the migrants actually knew they were unlawfully entering a restricted military area. He has dismissed charges against 98 migrants so far as he works through the docket. The United States provides no facts from which one could reasonably conclude that the defendant knew he was entering the New Mexico National Defense Area, the newly declared military installation, Judge Wormuth ruled. Defense lawyers said some migrants were arrested before the government put up signs warning that the area was restricted. Others crossed between signs, arrived exhausted in the dark, or were unable to read the warnings, lawyers said. It's just a bunch of desert, said Carlos Ibarra, a defense lawyer. They're just coming over the same as usual, and all of a sudden, it's military charges. Nobody knows what's going on. Judge Wormuth appeared to agree, dismissing many of the charges in a flurry of orders issued late on Wednesday. Nearly identical charges against hundreds of other migrants could also soon be thrown out, given what the judge described as the prosecution's, quote, cut-and-paste approach to factual allegations. On Thursday, Judge Wormuth took the bench in Las Cruces to consider military trespassing charges against a new group of 22 migrants who were waiting for their first hearing. Over the objections of prosecutors, he said he did not find probable cause, a basic legal hurdle. The migrants in these cases still face misdemeanor charges of entering the United States illegally and are likely to face deportation. They are all being held without bond. Federal prosecutors also have the option of appealing the judge's dismissal or filing the charges again, with additional facts to make a case that the migrants had willfully trespassed when they crossed the border and stepped onto a 60-foot wide strip of federal land known as the Roosevelt Reservation.
60
feet? If the government
feet?
has the evidence to support the charges, they're welcome to refile, said Amanda Skinner, an assistant federal defender who filed a brief last week challenging the charges. We've been convinced there was no probable cause. The U.S. Attorney's Office in New Mexico and the Justice Department did not immediately respond to requests for comment on the dismissals. The judge's ruling did not address the larger questions that have swirled through the heavily Democratic state of New Mexico since the Trump administration began expanding its legal powers and military presence on the southwestern border. Since the new military area was established, volunteers who scour the desert for the remains of perished migrants have started to worry that they could be arrested. Hikers determined to traverse the storied 3,100-mile Continental Divide Trail to Canada face legal uncertainties, since their trek begins or ends at the border. Hunters who frequent the wide-open public lands in the area are worried about running into active-duty troops when they are out stalking quail or white-tailed deer. Imagine me hunting in the mountains, and some army guys see me in camouflage with a gun, said Ray Trejo, a Democratic commissioner of Luna County, which sits along the border. The administration didn't think this through. The military zone has drawn praise from conservative farmers and politicians in the area, who credit the president with restoring calm. State Senator Anthony Thornton, a Republican from outside Albuquerque, hailed Mr. Trump's military maneuvers as a, quote, brilliant solution to fight drug trafficking and human smuggling. While active duty troops have the power to detain migrants on military land, they have largely been providing support and surveillance to help Border Patrol agents make arrests. Major Jeffrey A. Carmichael, a spokesman for the Joint Task Force Southern Border, said military personnel had not detained anyone so far in the administration's newly declared national defense areas along the southern border. He said they had helped detect more than 150 unauthorized trespassers. In response to the case dismissals of migrants the military helped apprehend, Major Carmichael said that the task force's authority ends where the U.S. Border Patrol's law enforcement responsibilities begin, and that adjudication was the responsibility of the Department of Justice, not the Department of Defense. Still, critics said they were uneasy about thousands of active-duty troops and armored combat vehicles patrolling American soil so close to home. It's beginning to feel like an occupation, said Sarah Silva, a Democratic state representative from Las Cruces. It's putting people on edge. In April, The Trump administration declared the border strip would be treated as an extension of the Fort Huachuca Army base in eastern Arizona, but the Army has ended up taking jurisdiction over at least 170 square miles of public lands, far more than some in New Mexico had anticipated. At some points, the new defense area appears to stretch 3 miles into the United States, far exceeding the original 60-foot corridor, according to estimates from local officials. The federal government recently added to that footprint by creating a second military installation that extends 50 miles from Fort Bliss in El Paso. Local officials said they were still unsure where the military's authority now began and ended in the unmarked vastness of the Southwest's open, public spaces. What is the current public access status of the lands? Senator Martin Heinrich, a New Mexico Democrat, asked in a letter to Mr. Hegseth on Wednesday. Are these areas now closed to public entry, or are they still accessible to U.S. citizens? The Bureau of Land Management has said it would work with the Army to allow miners or farmers with grazing leases to continue using the land. But Major Carmichael said that recreational users like hunters and hikers were no longer allowed, and humanitarian aid groups could not operate without permission. The federal government has started to mark the area by planting restricted area signs every few hundred feet near the border. The signs, in Spanish and English, warn people that they could be stopped and searched and forbid photography and note-taking. But most of the signs face only one way, toward the border, in the direction of arriving migrants. They were not readily visible to anyone coming from the north. An app used by hunters, called ONX, still marks the area as being part of the Bureau of Land Management, not the Defense Department. Outside the tiny border village of Columbus, James Johnson, whose family has farmed the area for a century, said he supported Mr. Trump's immigration crackdown and the surge of personnel to the area. Migrants crossing his land have pulled down fences and broken pipes to find water, he said. Now the area feels more secure. I haven't seen much of a military presence, he said, adding, but the Border Patrol is actually doing what they're supposed to be doing, patrolling the border. So far, no American citizens appear to have been arrested and charged with trespassing in the military areas. But the federal court in Las Cruces, which handles border-related offenses, had been inundated with undocumented defendants before the judge began dismissing cases. While border crossings are down sharply, public defenders said the legal system in New Mexico was facing an onslaught of cases because federal prosecutors were criminally charging nearly every person apprehended along the border, rather than turning them back to Mexico. The authorities were having trouble finding enough jail beds, defense lawyers said, an issue not likely to be immediately resolved despite the judge's dismissal of some of the trespassing charges.
Boil, bubble, toil, and trouble. This dude, Trump is literally, I'm not sure he's actually in control. A lot of his advisors coming up with these novel ideas. It's like when you try and solve a problem, you try not to create more problems. This man is a menace. And when we get rid of habeas corpus, I fully expect non-immigrants to be in as much trouble. This guy's taking bad advice, because I know he's not smart enough to come up with some of these ideas. So all right, Wisconsin judge, the one that is accused of trying to help a migrant out when ICE came looking for him. She's been indicted and pleads not guilty to helping a man evade federal immigration agents. A judge from Milwaukee County Circuit Court entered a not guilty plea Thursday during a federal arraignment on allegations that she assisted an undocumented man in avoiding arrest. Prosecutors accused Dugan Judge Dugan, of escorting Eduardo Flores Ruiz through a back door on April 18th to block immigration agents seeking his arrest for illegal entry. Witnesses reported Dugan and another judge confronted arresting agents in the courthouse before she said, "Wait, come with me," and let Flores Ruiz and his lawyer out. Last week, Dugan was suspended by Wisconsin's highest court to maintain public confidence, while her legal team contends that the federal government's prosecution infringed on the state's sovereignty amid ongoing immigration policy disputes. If convicted of obstruction and concealment, Dugan could face up to 6 years in prison, and her defense will likely seek a jury trial given public controversy. Yep, I don't agree with ICE agents could wait for the local jurisdiction to finish its business and then negotiate afterwards. Once again, Trump is just taking bad advice. And Tom Homan is a problem. And he's going to wind up causing more trouble and more problems than he's helping to resolve. And this is the last news story, at least for now. We listened to the birthright citizenship case earlier yesterday morning, and it was kind of fascinating, actually. So shout out to the Supreme Court, shout out to the lawyers, and it is fascinating. They did not get around to the actual 14th Amendment piece. What they argued today was nationwide injunctions. And it's kind of funny because listening to it, I actually think that the court, even the conservatives, are more inclined to let this nationwide injunction on Trump's executive order suspending birthright citizenship stand. The media, news media, is saying the court was kind of divided, and I didn't see that divide. Uncle Fatty, you listened with me. It sounded like they were not divided. Everyone was kind of skeptical of suspending the nationwide injunction. It would just cause too much turmoil. You know, you're a citizen in one state, in one judicial district. You're not a citizen in another district. Lot of trouble. Trump is a figurehead for the Heritage Foundation. I guess you could say that. I think he's a useful idiot for the Heritage Foundation. So yes, a figurehead. And we're going to get to a couple videos that I didn't get to this morning, and it is sure to stir up the Deacon Daves of the world and others. This is on that Times Square statue that has caused so much controversy. I didn't see a big deal with the statue, but Deacon Dave has schooled me on what it means, and it sounds like he's right and I'm wrong. So this one's for Deacon Dave.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. I'm sure you've heard me often say that white supremacy loves a cruel prank, especially one that takes a long time to pay off. By now, you've heard and seen the statue in New York City claiming to depict a black woman on display in Times Square. Now, it's the Times Square's art program that were the ones who commissioned this work. In fact, when you look at the Times Square official website, you see that there's a whole small army of people who are involved in this. You have funding provided in part by the Jacques and Natasha Gilman Foundation, Morgan Stanley, the New York State Council on the Arts, with the support of the Office of the Governor and the New York State Legislature, public funds from the New York City Department of Cultural Affairs in partnership with the City Council, and additional in-kind support from the Times Square Edition Hotel. So no matter what the British stooge who created this thing may try to tell you, It was the white money behind it who actually decided what it was going to look like. They were certainly the ones who looked and said, this is what we want the public to see. When governmental entities put out the call for some sort of public art, especially in a city like New York, you better believe they get absolutely inundated with submissions from around the world. After all, this is a chance for a big paycheck, but more than that, if you're an artist, this is the kind of thing that gets your name out there. It's something that every artist needs. So they had God knows how many tens, if not hundreds of thousands of submissions from around the world, and they chose one from this British guy whose previous works are also of overweight black women. Clearly, this so-called artist who crafted this mess, he has a fetish of some sort for chubby chicks, and that's fine. But he needs to keep his own dysfunctions at home. And the reason that so many people are reacting the way that they are is because a statue in particular is supposed to be striking. It's supposed to be impressive. That's why you take out the time and the effort to have some sort of three-dimensional representation of a person engraved in stone or steel. The very medium itself, that's basically meant to say permanence. It's important. And keep in mind, these are your white liberals in a so-called liberal city of New York who commissioned this, perpetuating the mammy image and falsely claiming that it's all about body positivity. Why is it then that they never go on a crusade to put out a bunch of images depicting white women as being overweight, frumpy slobs? If this is all about body positivity, then it should be good enough for white women then, shouldn't it? But they don't do this with white women. They never do. When you put up a statue in public, it's supposed to be done as something that fits in with the pantheon of works that are in the public, and that means it adheres to classical standards. The point of putting an image in stone or steel is power. That's why you do it. Sculptures are not the same as paintings. Statues are about power. That's why they're usually much larger than human beings, and they're put on pedestals. It's meant to literally make them larger than life, and that's for a reason. This, however, wasn't done as an artistic statement. It was done as a social statement, one of ridicule. We got to be honest about that. The so-called Times Square art team behind this said that they thought of this as being an introspective meditation on humanity, and that it's supposed to give viewers a unique opportunity to experience Times Square in a new light and share in a moment of personal reflection and empathy amidst the hyperactivity of the district. Really? Showing a very large, obese black woman with her hands on her hips, dressed like she just came from the swap meet, this is supposed to inspire personal reflection and empathy? Now that is just some weapons-grade BS and nothing else. It's the same old usual suspects who are doing some dirt, and they're trying to pretend as if dumping a bunch of $5 words on top of it and a bunch of insincere, flowery prose is supposed to make this thing smell and look like something other than what it is. They know exactly what it is that they're doing, even if a bunch of black people have chosen not to. And of course, you got the usual gender war dead-enders doing their whole, well, black women are overweight shtick. Stop being stuck on stupid. Black women could, as a group, be fitness models, and these white people would still have put this out there. Hollywood made Hattie McDaniel the avatar for black women 80 years ago. Was that because all black women were running around being overweight? You look at the depictions of George Washington, and he's always shown as being physically fit, and a number of sculptures of him have the nerve to show him as some muscular, roided-up god. But the real George Washington was a pot-bellied, balding redneck from Virginia with rotten teeth. Elvis Presley is another one. He was an obese slob, especially at the end of his life, and yet not one of the statues of him shows him like that. Instead, they all show him the way he was as a young man, very young, because when white people make statues of other white people, they want them to fit an ideal. It's meant as a way to glorify themselves. So let's stop making excuses for the inexcusable. Now, as you can see, I also included a picture of another famous New York City sculpture called Fearless Girl. You'll recall this one was put on display in New York City, and it was commissioned by State Street Global Advisors. That's an investment management firm. And of course, you notice that when these white people have a depiction of a little white girl, she's depicted as austere and dignified. Even the clothing that she wears is not sloppy, not sassy. She's not shown as being tired or worn down, as I've seen some people try to defend that other sculpture as being. See, Fearless Girl was meant to send a clear message about gender and feminine power. And it was no accident. They wanted to show a female figure challenging the power of Wall Street. And they made certain that it was a white female that they showed doing it, even though they, white women, are also one half of white supremacy. Look, even if you want to say that this statue is not significant, that's fine. In an existential sense, that's true. But we're not talking about abstractions here. We're not talking about the grand scheme of things. We're talking about the real world. And in the real world, the question is, why did these white people put time and money into putting something like this on display in the first place? It was white people in New York using their money that decided to put this on display in the first place. And we've seen this one before plenty of times. Remember the so-called sculpture in Boston a couple of years back that we were told was supposed to be a memorial to Dr. Martin Luther King and Coretta Scott King? There was a controversy about that one too, because it was clear the people behind it went out of their way to choose something that was odd. This wasn't a monument. It was white people having themselves a typical sick joke. And that absurdity had to go through a number of different white committees before it was finally created, just like this sculpture in New York. So it wasn't just one or two bad actors here. This was a manifestation of the system of white supremacy that we're fighting against. Pairs of disembodied arms, faceless, and more of an oddity than anything else. This is how white power sees black people. Sources of labor and productivity, but not human beings. And just like with that statue in New York, they also made sure to have a front Negro as their crash dummy on this one too. Too many black people have deep-seated internalized racism and are so busy trying to impress white donors that they've become willing agents of anti-black racism.
Wait, hold it.
I'm
going to have to stop and replay that. Because that has been what I've been thinking for a couple weeks.
Not human beings. And just like with that statue in New York, they also made sure to have a front Negro as their crash dummy on this one too. Too many black people have deep-seated internalized racism and are so...
Yep. Too many black people have deep-seated internalized anti-black racism. Wow. Truer words could not be spoken right now. Anti-black blacks.
So busy trying to impress white donors that they've become willing agents of anti-black racism. You know, your image matters. Your image is important. Primarily because as human beings, we are image-based creatures. We take in fully 80% of our data through our eyes. Dr. John Henrik Clarke talked about the importance of protecting your image. As he put it, the white media is out to control image. If they can control what you see, then they can control how you see yourself. And if they can control how you see yourself, then they can control what you do about yourself. And even if your brain is stuck on stupid, and after all this, you still want to insist that this statue isn't so wrong, there's still one big problem that can't be denied. Nobody asked for this. Don't let anyone tell you that this was being done as a favor or a compliment to black women. It wasn't. This falls in the same category as making Juneteenth a national holiday. This is white power giving itself a gift, in this case, the public equivalent of a satirical gift card, and then lying through their teeth and claiming why they did this for you. Black Americans demand tangibles, but they're trying to buy us off with gestures. If you're silly enough to try to praise this crap, it's because you're spiritually defeated. You're more willing to roll over and accept insults instead of calling them out and making it clear you're not going to accept anything other than the respect and honor that you're supposed to have. You teach people how to treat you. The bastards spit in your face and you decide to smile and say thank you. That teaches them that you like it. When people are used to losing, a lot of them will be so beaten down and defeated that they just stop fighting. In fact, a lot of them will just start trying to find ways to tell themselves it's not so bad. They'll try to tell themselves that the defeat is actually good for them. And that's how you dial yourself in to be oppressed for the long haul. And it's also wrong to use shaming tactics like black women are all overweight. First of all, that's not true. Second of all, black women didn't commission this nonsense. And also, public displays are not based on demographic statistics. They're based on ideal representations. Rather than being stuck on the object of this nonsense, you need to be asking about the people behind it. They're the ones who wanted this out here. It wouldn't exist without their money, and it wouldn't exist without their authorization. So if you're not focusing on them, you're missing the point. Though even if this statue was a dignified representation of a black woman, that still doesn't erase the fact that this isn't what black people are demanding. This is, even at best, a distraction, nothing more, just like Juneteenth. You want to make a statue representing black Americans? Try one that shows us as we truly are. And that is a conscientious and courageous people who are the only ones with the guts to wage the fight for justice in the world today. Any depiction or representation of us that does not show us in our full power, that does not show us as the people that everyone ought to be looking up to, is wrong. Full stop. Though I would say that the only other acceptable representation of us would be to show us demanding what's ours, like reparations. Now that's a statement worth being put in Times Square.
Nice.
Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors.
I actually like that statement. Little bit bombastic. However, I don't necessarily see anything wrong with the statue in and of itself, but I do question why it had to be. So, a lot of what he said, I agree with, though. Dave, I'd be interested to know what you think. And this next one here is backtracking onto the black fatigue point.
You're turning your back on your people.
I listened to as much as I got. Did you just do a black scent? Hey, shout out to all of the subscribers and members here on the channel. Don't forget to like and share the video if you can. My name is Reese Waters, and this is Racist of the Week. This is where we explore the stupidity and hypocrisy of discrimination and hopes we can build a more perfect union. And also laugh. As usual, I would like to thank today's sponsor, Racism. And of course, if you have any nominees, you can throw them in the comments. You can email me at admin@reesewaters.com. Now, we, in part one, we already outlined the core tenets of the black fatigue argument.
Black fatigue is real. I think society as a whole is there. We are just so unbelievably fed up with the ghetto ratchet behavior, entitlement, the victimhood, that they want to praise this woman.
And of course, the hellacious clapback that befell them from their very own.
Is black fatigue a real
What's up,
thing?
troll?
You know me, I
Totally
won't shy away
disagree
from a
with your
conversation.
point.
And no,
Yep.
no, it's
Hello.
not.
Yeah, white fatigue
Morning.
is not fucking real. Of course it's not fucking real.
That white on white crime is something to see. It really is. It really is something to see. It's the stuff they never show on Newsmax or OAN.
Hey, remember this lady?
Black fatigue is real.
Her page is gone today. Just gone. It was definitely there yesterday, but when I went to look at it earlier this morning, it was no longer there, or at least I couldn't view it. Other people are saying the same thing. So either we've all been massively blocked, or that page is deleted. Either she deleted it, or she got banned. And I have to say, I'm curious which is the case. Because it certainly wasn't just me stitching this woman. I mean, a bunch of people were stitching and or downloading and then sharing her videos because of her take on this black fatigue she's claiming exists. And look, I never am one to wish harm on people or want to attack one individual person, but her takes were really dangerous. And I'm wondering if there were some sort of repercussions found already for her saying those things. She said on her page that she worked in education and was, I believe, a kindergarten teacher. And I know I, for one, was pretty concerned about a teacher having such very obviously racist ideas. Who knows? I thought that was kind of interesting and I wanted to point it out. Do not wish harm on her. That's just not in my nature. But I do hope perhaps this got her attention because she needs to deconstruct those biases that are making her so bitter, not just for her sake, but obviously for the sake of people around her and her students.
So what you mean to tell me is that the lady who acknowledged the 5-year-old's behavior was age appropriate and then legitimized that as an excuse for people to be racist based on the behavior of a 5-year-old is around children. That is what you're telling me. Mm-hmm. Just in case you're wondering about, the next generation. Now I see, hey, Mothers for Liberty. Now I see why you're so concerned about the teachers and the education. Yeah. We got one over here. And by the way, I wouldn't worry about her page going down. I think she just got TikTok fatigue. Yeah, she got TikTok fatigue. Apparently, she gets tired very easily. However, if you thought that black people were just going to let white people have all this fun calling out races and knocking them upside the head with the English language like whack-a-mole, oh, you are sadly mistaken.
It is the funniest thing to me that we get on the internet today only to find out that the white people, white women particularly, but the white people have co-opted another term that is a black people term, not a white people term, not a society term,
Yeah, that
a black
amazed me.
people term.
Now, I gave you the good news that there was no shortage of white.
My conspiracy theory is it was anti-black blacks who saw the book Black Fatigue and gave it to the Be Brave whites. And the Be Brave whites and the anti-black blacks got together and just came up with this movement, probably over a conference call.
White people getting their own together, but they were not alone. Oh, hell no.
Hey, Mo Love.
And that term is black fatigue. And they took it as to meaning, oh, we as a society are tired of black people and what we think comes with black people, like ratchetness, ghetto-ness, brawls, the victimhood, all of the things that they attribute to black folk as a whole. Got on the internet and said, we are tired. So we are calling this black fatigue because we're tired of black people. After this, mind you, this comes after a white woman was called out for raising nearly $1 million for calling an autistic black child, most likely with a hard ER. But somehow white people took this as an opportunity to tell us that they are tired of us. And so they co-opted yet another term. But what black fatigue actually means is that black people exist in this world, and that existence in the society that has been racialized and demonizes blackness is exhausting. It's exhausting existing in this type of world where anti-blackness runs rampant. Tired of living in a society that deems you ratchet, ghetto, and a victim when you say you are tired of dealing with racism. A system and society where we are unable to express our feelings and emotion without being labeled a perpetual victim. And now we got white people trying to victimize themselves because they are not allowed to be as racist as they would like to freely be allowed to be. And now they got black fatigue. Get the fuck out of my face.
Rattery, animalistic. This is why people have black fatigue.
So this is what we have to wake up to and talk about on a Saturday morning? Okay. When they said make America great again, I really didn't understand that we were going to be lifted up and transported back to like the 1800s. I think I missed that part of the conversation. She said that she's tired of, she has black fatigue. Y'all, that's like me telling someone that has a chronic disease or has cancer that I'm tired of them being sick. Them being sick and having to deal with their chronic illness.
Hey, dirty dude, I am
tired.
having fun here.
Without even a thought about how it must feel for them to be the ones actually dealing with the disease. It's not normal
those eyebrows.
To be the entitlement of it all, to have the boldness to stand 10 toes down with your shades on top of your head and say that you're tired of someone else's oppression, violence against them, systemic and systematic and consistent and continued racism. And she probably doesn't even think she's a racist. That's the hilarious gag. She says she's tired of brawls on cruise ships. I don't know what cruise ship she goes on, but I was tired of not only seeing a brawl at the White House, but having everybody that behaved in the thuggery, horrific ratchetness.
Are those real eyebrows,
because white violence is viewed completely different than black
Which
violence.
Is fake? The
White violence
or the
is
hair?
almost always justified, and black violence almost never is. I mean, literally pardoned. These people took a poop. Now, you want to talk about what's gross and nasty and people not being accountable and what's thuggish behavior, baby. I don't know who raised you, but taking a poop on somebody's desk in their office is gross.
Black fatigue. This is where we at now. Imagine how we feel. Y'all even colonized that. Like Black fatigue is not what y'all created it to be. It was the fatigue of black people having to exist in this country and dealing with all y'all dumb shit. We were tired, not y'all. Imagine
Hear
telling
that,
the internet that
troll?
you're tired of all the ghetto-ness and the ratchetness and all of the fights when
It's
y'all are
dumb
quite
shit,
literally
troll.
the godfathers of violence in this country. And then all the ghetto and ratchet speak. Your kids are emulating exactly what we say and calling it Gen Alpha and Gen Z speak when it was just AAVE repackaged to be palatable for white people. What are we talking? Like, y'all are quite literally exhausting. But like 8.5 by 11s are going to do this all the time. I'm not worried about the hue.
And this is the fascinating thing. And again, I'm going to re-emphasize it because I'm hoping Be Brave and Think is listening to this. Motherfucker, you are a moron. Your point of view on American politics and culture are literally, I'll be kind and say unlearned. And your holy men, Act Nation, the CT, John Galt, and I actually forget who the fourth is. They are demented. They have no clue. Someone hurt them earlier in their lives, and they just hate black people outright. So there you go, Be Brave. I expect you to do a show. This time, when you title your show, please use your whiteness to make sure you title it correctly. All the words should begin with a capital letter. Be white and use proper titling on a show. So let's get back to the truth.
However, the black people getting on and co-signing the black fatigue to make white people feel better could not be me.
That's true, Dirty.
Agreeing with white people when they aren't even picking you. Super weird. But like, sure, being held accountable for your racist ideology. If I were white and I had to constantly hear.
Oh, and you know what? I'm kind of on a roll here. Sorry, I've had a couple beers. The black community, as it's conceptualized, because I think there are a bunch of black communities, not one big contiguous homogenous black community. But let's go with the homogeneous. Let's go with the homogenous black community. The biggest threat to the USA's black community, the legacy black community, is the anti-black blacks. Not the Be Brave whites, not the white racists. It is the black anti-black blacks, the ones who think there's such a big problem with black culture. They are the existential threat because they think all them blacks, all the blacks are the same. Black culture, like there's not several different facets to black culture. All blacks act like hood culture. And if you read a book and if you try to be different, or if you marry outside of your race, you're betraying. You're not real black if you marry a white woman. If you read a book and quote from the book, you're pretending, but you're really black. That is bullshit, and I enjoy mocking it. Y'all are fools, and you are a threat to yourselves. The nightshades describing nightshades are the real nightshades. Hopefully, I made it clear my disdain for that worldview.
That black people are right, and then it proves out, and you're sitting there being mad? Yeah, I'd be mad too. I too would be annoyed if I were half the age of black women but looked twice as old as them. Yeah, I'd be pissed too. So like, hold your black fatigue and raise yourself some accountability. Because, happy Monday, y'all. Black fatigue, shut up.
They even got some love from the Latino community. They know what's up.
I'm not taking anything down. I'm not. This is my opinion. We're fed up with it. We're fed up with this type of behavior coming from certain groups of people.
White racist people, listen to me. The only thing that you're fed up with is not with black people's behavior. It's that you can't get away anymore with putting them in their place. Whatever you think that place is, because you used to run shit in this country, white supremacy reigns supreme. It still does a little bit, but that's for another fucking TikTok. But now, you cannot send them to the back of the bus. You cannot give them that shitty position at their job. You cannot pay them less. So all of this shit is weighing heavily on all of you. We know this. We can fucking see it. It bothers you. And you want to go back to where those times were.
Well, let me interrupt one other thing. You can't tell them what to think and how to think. I can tell you right now, and this is from my personal experience, you want to piss a bottom-feeding white boy off, tell them what you think and tell them what you think of them. Call a dumb white boy dumb. Oh, they get really mad. They get Yosemite Sam mad. And you know what? Oh, reading a book. And you know what? Again, it's the dumb white boys are not the problem. It's the anti-black blacks who want to adopt what the dumb white boy is thinking. 70% of blacks, motherfuckers, and I'm going into my gutter language now, you dumb motherfuckers cannot even figure your own arguments out. If 70% of the black community is ignoring the 3% that are committing crime, you are basically saying that 70% is responsible for that 3%. And it is racist to think all black people are responsible for all black people. And for the anti-black blacks, motherfucker, being a credit to your race went out after Booker T. Washington died. Okay? I don't have to be a credit to any race. I have to be a credit to my family, maybe my community. But motherfucker, I don't represent the race, and stop acting like I do. If I represent the race, then I'm responsible for all the stuff that my race does, and that just simply is not true. The same argument that white boys, well, I didn't own slaves. My family didn't own slaves. Well, motherfucker, it's the same argument. If you're not responsible for what white people did in the past, then black people are not responsible for what other black people do. It is moronic, it is dumb, it is racist to think 70% of people are making excuses or even give a fuck. I do not give a fuck. As callous as that sounds, I don't give a fuck what happens in Chicago because I've never been to Chicago. It's up to the people who live in Chicago to deal with it. And the racist presumption that I'm motherfucking responsible. Well, what about all the black on black crime in Chicago? Well, motherfucker, I don't live in Chicago. Ask someone who lives there about it. It is dumb white boy bullshit and racist besides to think that 70% are making excuses. 70% don't give a fuck because they either left the ghetto or never lived there in the first place. It is not my job to go back and help the ghetto It's not my neighborhood. And the dumb anti-black nightshades who think it is are nightshade level thinking. So that is my anti-black homily for today. Do better, anti-black blacks. Do better, be brave whites. Start using your brain.
Okay. Literally, that's the slogan to your fucking political party. Make America great again. Make it so that we can be racist assholes again with no consequence. With this administration and Stephen Miller and guys like Donald Trump, you're getting close to it. So you're feeling a little bit like emboldened. We understand that. But listen, here's the thing. There's more decent people in this country than assholes like you. Way more. There's just a lot of them stay home and didn't vote. But it doesn't mean they disappeared. So you're not going to do it. I'm telling you, look at me right now. We're not going to go back. Yeah, I know you think we're going to go back, but it's not going to happen. I promise you. No matter how many times Trump or Stephen Miller or any of these assholes tell you that it's okay. I think I went there.
All right.
Oh, that's right. And Trump's an asshole.
It's time to be real with you, because I said it was good news and bad news, right? I told you it's good news and bad news. So the good news was that it was no shortage of white people getting their own together about the racism of this hashtag.
I forget what it means.
The bad news,
I think
this was like Christmas for Black MAGA.
Someone
oh my goodness! You know what I mean? Oh my! You would have you would have thought that Judge Joe Brown was giving a toast at the Black MAGA Black History Month. You know what I mean?
How you doing?
It's crazy. You would have think they just stripped all the black people out
now
of the military.
I'm embarrassed. The voice of reason, Lupin Reigang, has arrived, and now I'm embarrassed for my fairly drunken diatribe. Lupin, I apologize, but you know what? I had to get it out. So thank you for the compliment, though.
They was excited to run to the. No, actually, no, that's not true, because they ain't saying nothing about that. You would think they would have got rid of the minority business development. No, because they didn't say nothing about that. They didn't.
Tenacity.
They've been kind of quiet.
But it's kind of fun.
They've been real quiet. We didn't hear nothing about that. We didn't hear nothing. The civil rights cases, Department of Justice, we ain't hear nothing about that. The white South Africans, we haven't heard anything. Where's Black MAGA been? That's crazy. I did not know. Black MAGA went missing. Then all of a sudden they popped up to legitimize all this stuff with Shiloh Hendricks. And now they done formed like Voltron to go ham on this black fatigue issue. It's almost like they put a hologram in the air of Uncle Ben, and Black MAGAs just came calling.
Black fatigue. This video might make you uncomfortable, but it needs to be made. There's a growing sentiment, most recently, of individuals who are proclaiming they do have black fatigue. And you don't have to be a non-black person to have black fatigue. What does that phrase actually mean? Essentially, black fatigue is a growing weariness of the actions of the quote-unquote black community. But it goes deeper than that, because we are in 2025 now, and we are being judged based on the content of our character and not the color of our skin.
Hey, y'all hear that? Yeah, send the white South Africans back. Hey, send them back. Now, because they got to stay in the same line with the Cubans and the Venezuelans. Now, because it's content of your character now. It's content of your character. And by the way, tell Elon Musk that we got to scrub most of those DEIs and hood rats and N-bombs that were directed at people of legitimate character. Yeah, because they just sent them because they were brown. You know what I mean? So we judge by the content of our character now. Because he just said. Honestly, this video actually, he said it was going to be uncomfortable, but it's not because I'm black. It's because of them sunglasses he got on. Apparently, that is the prerequisite to feel black fatigue.
But the interesting part is the lie that's been sold to the black community in particular is that the color of our skin dictates the content of our character. That's why in the black community, sometimes you'll hear...
Dude, literally, This is the John Galt premise. You're black, therefore you are damaged. This month, you know what? I'm gonna rewind it. I'm gonna do a John Galt and rewind it. This motherfucker literally, this is what anti-black blacks do. They literally judge you by the color of your skin. And then if you don't conform, if you don't live in the ghetto, if you aren't giving back to your people, if you marry outside of your race, they challenge you as being black. Motherfucker, you are literally saying content of character on one hand, and you're not living like you should be living as a black man on the other. Y'all are confused. Y'all are annoying. You're inarticulate. And I love when I get up on a goddamn panel and interrupt your very unintelligible worldview. Motherfucker, I interrupt you because you're stupid and you deserve to be interrupted. How about them apples?
That is the prerequisite to feel black fatigue.
But the interesting part is the lie that's been sold to the black community in particular is that the color of our skin dictates the content of our character. That's why in the black
Samuel,
community, you
have
say, "Oh,
America
you are acting
fatigue.
white," when they're talking
America's
to someone
fundamentally
like myself who
a
doesn't
racist
act the way
country.
most people would
You need to deal with
a
it, son.
conventional black person to act.
Now, this is an interesting one. As somebody that has also received your acting white when I was growing up, what do you think that stems from?
It was mostly from white people.
What do you think the idea of acting white stems from? Does it come from us? Does it come from us? We created the idea that that white people
100 goddamn percent
had a special path to proper society. We create the superiority of whites. We did that? I'm just curious. I'm very curious. And by the way, I would also add, I have heard that from lots of different kinds. I have heard that from white people for sure.
It's mostly white people in my experience.
What about that? I mean, are we addressing that? You guys
Dolomite.
take off the shades to address
Let me put
take
this
off the
up.
shades. Well,
Now, this is literally pseudo-intellectual jumping in front of the truth, which causes black fatigue to rise even more. Motherfucker, you're talking about pseudo-intellectual by writing something that's pseudo-intellectual. It's a nightshade calling a nightshade, not realizing they're a nightshade. Do better, Dolomite. Do better. Dude, you know, I know what you're trying to do. I'm not jumping in front of the truth. I'm describing the truth, Dolomite. You're writing about pseudo-intellectualism while writing something that's pseudo-intellectual. Good job, son. Good job. I'm loving it.
address that, which by the way is the source. I'll answer the question, but that is the source of acting white, because I'm just so curious.
Motherfucker, you know what? Every time I
know.
slice
In
up
their
a
minds, there
tomato
is a
to put on
correct
my
way to
pizza,
act
I
black.
think nightshade.
And the people in your ethnic group
Tomatoes
who
are
fulfill those very
nightshades.
negative stereotypes,
Good stuff.
those are the ones who are going to essentially drag down the
I
collective
love me
whole.
some
And that's why
nightshade.
there's individuals who are black who do and can have black fatigue, because they see how damaging it is to see the worst of us attract all this negative attention that then unfortunately gets ascribed to the entire race all too often.
This motherfucker's
Now, I think we're
literally
going to land a
sitting
plane on
there
this a little
saying
bit
this.
more, but when it comes to the negative attention, the worst of us getting, this negative attention. So I'm just curious what we did.
Well, Uncle Fatty, apparently, nightshade, because it sounds, well, it's a poisonous plant. However, human beings, oddly enough, have figured out how to deal with nightshades. Tomatoes are nightshades. Potatoes are nightshades. There's several different types of vegetables that are very edible that we basically took nightshades and made something somewhat delicious. I love tomatoes on a homemade pizza. I don't eat pizza if there are no fresh nightshade on it. Some nightshade berries, tomatoes. So here's the deal. Nightshade is supposed to be a pejorative. You don't use the N word, you call them nightshades, and it's fifth grade level funny. Poisonous, night as in dark, and shade, which is a pejorative. They used to call black people shades. All kinds of fifth grade edgy edgelord. I'm a fifth grade edgelord, and nightshade is funny. He. So, but the funny thing is, nightshades are something that you serve your kids. You want your kids to have tomato sauce on their pasta. That's nightshade sauce. These motherfuckers are too stupid to even understand the nature of what a nightshade is and can be. They just think it's a pejorative, like a fifth grader. There is no sophistication or critical thought involved in choosing your pejorative, and it makes me laugh. It makes me feel superior, quite frankly. When a nightshade tee-hee-hees or kikis over calling someone else a nightshade, they didn't put a lot of thought into it. It just sounds funny. Oh, man. Talk about writing a PhD thesis with orange crayon. That's the pseudo-intellectualism Dolomite.
To focus the attention on the worst of us, as opposed to, the people that are moving about freely. I'm wondering how our media controls have gotten so wayward. It's crazy. We lost control of the algorithm. It really blows my mind how we let our control of all digital, visual, and audio media go by the wayside. We never should have let that happen. No. And by the way, just to continue that point, you have to ask yourselves to what aim the focus and attention would be on a certain segment of the Black population and what that would perpetuate amongst Black people. It's one thing for you to talk about the feelings that you have about a segment of the Black population, but when you confine the conversation to just that and you don't want to tell the whole story, not the conditions that create it, nor the reasons why there's undue attention given, then it just becomes white supremacy. And now I see how you got your glasses. Now I got it.
But what's unfortunate is here in 2025, now we have to contend with the fact that there's people who are so sick and tired of seeing those negative aspects, those negative individuals in the Black community attracting all this attention. That's what is spurring this Black fatigue. I think it's something that needs to be talked about. And until we turn inward and address the issues in our own communities, I fear that this is only going to continue and get worse. And that's exactly what the powers that be want. They want to have us against each other instead of us against those who are really pulling the strings in the background.
Now, I do appreciate where you landed that about those that are pulling the strings in the background.
Ooh, I've heard good things about Nettles.
That was touched on far earlier. But I do want to take issue because you talked about people get frustrated with these images that they see of Black people. That only works if they interact with other Black people in a functional and harmonious way. And I've already communicated just what the mentions of Black public figures looks like in today's day and age. So unfortunately, because we're in this business of talking about how these folks have messed it up for these folks, right? When it comes to black people, I'm sorry, racist. I hate to do this to you, racist, but they went so overboard and their blatant racism, just being scattershot Uzi'd at just about anything that flunks the brown paper bag test, that you have now lost the ability to make it about anything else. Take it up with Nick Fuentes.
It is the yin to the yang of Black Lives Matter. It's white people loudly, boldly expressing their fatigue with black people.
And when white people yell loudly, I will listen and do a whole show about white people. This motherfucker. When white people shout, I go, yes, sir.
This is and was inevitable. And that's why I spent so much time during the whole Black Lives Matter psyop about
boss. Yes,
saying like, this is crazy. Black Lives Matters is going to create a boomerang effect. It's going to harden hearts. You're not going to host a decade-long discussion on social media and in mainstream media about how awful white people are and what victims we are. And oh my God,
look at this motherfucker rolling his neck.
Oh,
I gotta. This motherfucker is rolling his neck. Look at the subtlety.
This is crazy. Black Lives Matters is going to create a boomerang effect. It's going to harden hearts. You're not going to host a decade-long discussion on social media and in mainstream media about how awful white people are and what victims we are. And oh my God, once every 3 or 4 months, there's a controversial police-involved shooting with a resisting career criminal. Black people behaving dysfunctionally, violently, inappropriately, not just in Spirit Airlines, Frontier Airlines, not just on Carnival cruises, but damn it, if you let them on Royal Caribbean, the same thing will happen there. You let them inside a Wendy's, the same thing will happen there.
And by the way, you are a token. Hey, Jason, you're a token. You are in conservative media as a black guy that can confer upon white people the dignity of not being called a racist for having their views.
And like I said, and going back to Whitlock, I don't think he can comment on anything but snacks.
Black fatigue is real. Everybody is tired of black people, but it's two specific types of black people that everyone is tired of.
Oh,
that's
funny.
Your pick-me ass is going to agree with the black fatigue topic. I know you are. Every time you pop up on my feed, you're always being anti-black. It's like, sir, we know you don't love being black. We know that you want to paint your skin white and you want to dye your hair blonde and you want to pop in some blue eye contacts so you could be considered white. We know that.
So here's my honest opinion about black fatigue. Black fatigue actually exists. However, black fatigue does not exist in a way that a lot of non-black people think. It has nothing to do with race and everything to do with culture. It is the culture, the society, and the environment you are raised in. It has nothing to do with race, and it never was about race, because if it was about race, then every black person would be acting like that. Black fatigue is a poison well that is consumed by certain locations and environment. Another majorly important factor is accountability. If black people in general don't hold each other and others accountable for our and their actions, there will be no change within our communities. The destruction of property and violence, the need to be extremely fucking loud and ratchet for no reason. I've seen some of these videos from non-white people talking about the black fatigue, and they do have a point. For the black people who is watching this, believe me, I did not want to hear any of this shit from non-black people. However, some of them, not all of them, because some of them were just straight up racist, but
Look at
some
this
of them
dumb
had some
son
solid
of a
points
bitch.
when it comes to gentrification.
And I will give him a little grace because he's young and probably doesn't understand. All black people are not the same, and white people should be fatigued. Stop being assholes. Stop being be brave level. Well, Samuel, if your brain cells are dying, you know where you can go. You can go over to Be Braves and have your brain cells rejuvenated in the image of his way of thinking about it. Ugh.
And credit score, stimulus check, lack of funding for black public schools and neighborhood, government, the CIA, United Healthcare. All of this was targeted towards the black community so we can end up how we are today. At this moment in 2025, the CIA and the government, they're running on autopilot because we're doing the work for them. They have done enough.
Okay, you know what? This is a dumb motherfucker. I will give him grace. Look, bottom line, black people, this is 2025. There are ways of being. My opinion is the best way of being is being yourself. If you're ratchet, that's fine. You can be ratchet and not self-destructive or just plain old destructive. I think style is one thing. Being self-hating is another. Thinking that all black people are alike and we're responsible for each other, that is 1920. That is not 2025. The CIA is not fucking up black people. Police aren't fucking up black people. No one's fucking up black people but black people. And quite frankly, it is not the ghetto people. It is not the ghetto. It is not black culture that's fucking up black people. It's not being able to think through the hype. Black people better start thinking for themselves. Don't listen to rap music. Be yourself. Don't train your kids to be a certain way. Train them to be who you as a parent want them to be. Hopefully it'll be acceptable once they leave your house. I keep saying it. Black people need to stop yielding to peer pressure, on code, being on code. Fuck being on code. You invent your own code. You gotta be in sync. Fuck that. Be your authentic self. It will work out. Being on code.
Damage towards the black community that they can sit back, crack open a fucking beer, and watch us tear each other.
And that's the other thing. No one's watching us tear ourselves apart because there is no ourselves. Okay? You know what? I have friends, YouTube friends who live out in California. And I often have asked myself over the years, are these motherfuckers even black? It's like, what the fuck are y'all talking about? LA, and I'm gonna use vernacular. I don't like using the word, but I'm gonna do it for effect. LA niggas ain't black. I don't recognize some of the shit that they want to talk about. So that leads me to believe that there are different ways of being black. You be California, I will be Georgia. Mo Love, the lovely Mo Love, be Texas. We will all be fine. Don't be something you're not. Don't care what the Be Braves think. Don't care what the John Galts think. Care what you think. And there's nothing wrong with testing out ideas. Nothing wrong with considering what John Galt says. Nothing wrong with what Be Brave thinks. But test the theories. Don't fucking take Be Brave or John Galt or Stanley Cross or anyone as your truth. Your truth is for you to discover. You take a bunch of different ideas, pick the good from the bad. Take that Play-Doh, to use a horrible analogy, take those different color Play-Dohs and form them up to make a new colored Play-Doh for yourself. Stop thinking there's a code. Stop thinking I need to be like people. Music is music. You know, it's for enjoyment. It's not a moral code. So, very bad soliloquy. I'm sure I've embarrassed myself, but I had to say it. I've been thinking about this for a bit.
They're apart. The United States' greatest weapon they have on the black community is the black community not holding each other accountable for our actions. Truthfully,
And
we
this
need to start
motherfucker,
doing that
thank
more.
God
We need
he's
to
not
follow
listening.
in our ancestors' footsteps because what they had back then, they had it right. Not everything has to change and not everything has to be progressive.
No,
There are
the
some things that they
ancestors
done in
did
the
not
past
have it
was
right.
better as it was. And that's
The
completely
ancestors
fine.
are
I
not
am not saying we
living
should
in
just roll over and let them
God,
do what they
son.
want to do. Instead of only striving for black excellence, we should also strive for black power. Allow the ratchet, the ghetto, the ignorant and uneducated. I have mutual love for them because they are my
No, you
brothers and
don't.
sisters. Even then, most of the time, I do not associate with
No,
them.
he's
But it's
not.
because of people like this
Well,
that exist in our community that
Mo Love, he's a young man, so you got to give him a little bit of grace. He is on a roll and not fully aware of what he's saying. Quite frankly, I'm not sure I'm aware of what I'm saying. I'm rambling just like this young man. So give a young man grace, give an old man grace. But no, I don't know what he's trying to do, to be honest.
gets the spotlight and paints the picture of what black people seem like. They get all the attention. They always end up on the news. Why? It's because they cause a distraction. They cause a problem for other people. And you know who are the first ones to put us on the internet? You guessed it. The media. Hell, even our own people
Okay,
do it
this
as
is
well for clout,
dumb.
for fame, for money.
Oh, the media has its own brain. The media is independent of the people who consume the media. Dude, you are young. I will give you grace.
They sell out our own people, make us look bad just to fill up their pockets. And that is another problem to address in our community. Stop labeling us and stop.
Okay, you know what? That's a good point. The reason Be Brave is in my mind is because of you, Dolomite. It's because of John Galt. It's because of Wicked. It's because I hear 70%. Like, oh, it sounds like the 70%. The reason he's in my mind is because Dolomite, you are fucked up. If you actually buy into anything that Be Brave says, he's in my mind because he is poisoning y'all. His wild ideas, his rampant racism is a problem. That's why he's on my mind, because you keep bringing him up. Obviously, you guys don't understand. If you're a Christian, you are often cognizant of what the devil is doing. You have to always be aware of the devil, what the devil is up to. Compare that to Be Brave. you always have to be aware of what Be Brave is doing. So, yep, I'm making that comparison. I'm hoping he'll do a show on this. Give him that. Fuck giving him that 1 minute. Be Brave, if he comes on my panel, Dolomite, gets treated like every other panelist. I'm not giving him white privilege. Leave that to John Galt. I don't do that. And Samuel, yep, I'll take another sip. And you know what? You can sit your ass there and watch me take another sip and listen. You seem to be in the chat listening. Let me take another sip so I can say something else. Thank you for reminding me, Samuel Guru.
Painting us negatively just to make yourself look better or richer. That is why, ladies and gentlemen, when people like this in our community gets the spotlight, many people automatically assume that we are a monolith and we act like them. It's either you are ghetto, loud, and trashy, or you are whitewashed. They never look in between the lines and understand that Black people are completely far from a monolith and we can be absolutely anything we want. Every non-Black person, and yes, that includes every person of color, they always go out of their way to tell us that they are not a monolith, that they are all different. We are too. But while we have our own issues, it's important to teach history, but it's also important that we do what we can to change what is happening now. That is all I have to say on the matter. This is Onyx, and I'll see you guys next time.
Now, I'm not mad at this. I'll be honest. I am not mad at this. A few things I did want to rebut, though, because once again, as I have outlined several times in this video, you acknowledge the litany of factors that Black people have to contend with when it comes from escaping the poverty traps that are so ever present in America. And you talked about the many ways in which our lives are controlled externally, and you omitted the media. You omitted the litany of ways in which certain images are projected, which not only changes people's concept of who we are as a people, but even changes how they feel about themselves. And I would send you back to, as a bookmark, the acting white section of the conversation. Furthermore, and I do as much as I appreciate how you acknowledge all the extenuating circumstances that befall all Black people, but certainly Black people that are in the working class and below. One thing that I've said repeatedly, anywhere where there is hopelessness, anywhere where there is lack of access to upward mobility, you will find crime. It doesn't matter the race. It doesn't matter the country. It doesn't matter the century. Any time in the history of human existence where people have felt a lack of hope and prevented from access to their cultural dream, because it wasn't always the American dream, could have been the Greek dream. It could have been the Turkish dream. It could have been the Zimbabwean dream. Whatever the case may be. What teenage dream? Could have been a teenage dream. I don't know. What if they don't have access to the dream, people get desperate and people will get violent. That's just how that goes. Now, I remember as a kid, I was probably like in grade school, I think. My dad showed me Boys in the Hood, and because he thought I should watch it. He thought it was an important movie to watch. Don't call CPS. I think the statute of limitations is up on that anyway. He showed me Boys in the Hood. I remember watching that movie and just thinking it was insane, like crazy, to live your life in a way where you go out and engage in behavior where you could die, you could be killed, you could not come home on any given day. Like it just this didn't make sense to just throw your life on the craps table like that. It did not make sense. And then I got older and I realized that I was living in a world and unfortunately came from circumstances where I was expected to go to school and I was expected to go to college and I was expected to get a good job and I was expected to have a family. All these things I could see, right? I had the possibility, my life had value. I felt like my life had value, even given the obvious circumstances that were going to befall me as a Black professional. My life had value. if I didn't see those things, who knows how much my decision-making might change. I just outlined how it changes for people that are in that hopeless situation across the globe throughout history. Okay, so that's one thing to keep in mind. You talk about the fact of accountability, right? Accountability. And I acknowledge the need for accountability, for people to hold themselves accountable, for Black people to hold each other accountable. I think that is a real significant thing to take forward. However, you actually mentioned United Healthcare, which was curious. You mentioned United Healthcare, and Luigi not being able to get proper treatment for his back was used as justification. And people reached across the aisle, right? Across the aisle. We had a moment of class solidarity for Luigi because he couldn't get proper treatment for his back. That was used for people to justify him unaliving somebody. And in fact, people not obeying the proper norms, and you know, people behaving in a way in which made other people uncomfortable. That's what Daniel Penny used. That was justification he used to unalive somebody. And this whole case started with Shiloh Hendricks, who somehow you excused for slurring a 5-year-old boy. Our Secretary of Defense included a journalist in a sensitive group chat and attacked the journalist. Your whole far-right movement is led by Donald Trump, who has 34 felonies, 3 wives, and is about to go double-digit for bankruptcies, but to let him tell it, has never made a single mistake in his professional life. And y'all want to talk about accountability? Is that what we're doing? Is that? Okay, is that what we're doing? Okay, because that was all perfectly okay, but all of the factors that you see, I do appreciate that you see it, is too much for somebody to be a little bit loud in public. I got you. Somebody be a little bit short at Costco, you know, dealing with all of that. I got it. So congratulations, Black MAGA, and there are a great number of you. You are our racist of the week. And by the way, by virtue of the fact that we haven't heard from you at all since February, why don't you take one for every single day since then? We just gonna send y'all a whole case. Don't worry, Officer Tatum can keep him in his house.
What's an opinion you have that might piss some people off?
I don't think white privilege is a thing. Hear me out. We live in a society where I can go into a store and steal something, get caught, and say the following: "It's because I'm Black." That store is now canceled. That store is now labeled racist. And I made off with some free shit. I don't know. That sounds like some damn Black privilege to me, man. When have you ever seen a white dude get caught? Oh, it's because I'm white.
You can't save everybody. No, you can't save everybody. He's one of the ones Harriet would have left behind. We don't. Hey, you say you got Black fatigue. You tired of him, and I get it. I'm tired of him. Thank you guys so much for watching.
Funny enough, Reese Waters, my sister, who's not particularly political, but she finds him hilarious. And yeah, you know, he's a little corny, but he's also a little, you know, when he's funny, he's funny. And, you know, it's a lot of content, got to cover a lot of ground. But he's a very interesting young man, very accomplished, oddly enough. So, you know, that he's here on YouTube. He does well for himself. So, let's move on. Let's have a look, because I see Dolomite. Let's see, Dolomite, what are you saying? I'm just an observer that likes an interesting back and forth. Therefore, your Be Brave agent level is void. No, you're the one who keeps. Did Be Brave ask for like a 1 minute clock? No. Um, you know what? I'm I'm scared of how much I will hurt Be Brave's feelings. If you haven't noticed, Dolomite, I can be very effective verbally, and I don't want to make an enemy of Be Brave. He is a good guy. There's no reason for me to unleash on him, and I want to let him be in his natural state. What disturbs me is that grown ass black men like John Galt, who are experienced and degreed, think Be Brave is some sort of successful man. Um, YouTube is not success. YouTube is what I do because I have an empty nest and, I guess I could do something productive, but I've chosen to waste my time talking to you, Dolomite. So, maybe, I was making a joke. Maybe I should be a Walmart greeter. I'd get paid for it. So, let's see. This again is Professor Black Truth talking about black fatigue. And I know he's going to be funny. He makes me laugh out loud. Or wait, hold it. Is this Professor Black Truth? Oh, I'm sorry. This is Dennis Sperling. Black America is done saving this country from itself. Yeah, the title caught me. So, and I don't listen to Dennis Sperling that much.
Hey man, I do what I do. And that's exactly what's happening right now. Black Americans are done trying to force white America to grow up. And for too long, we've been the only ones trying to save this country from itself. But if America refuses to learn, it refuses to listen, it refuses to grow, then maybe it's time for us to let it crash and burn in that regard. We're going to be fine. Okay? We've always survived. And I'm not saying it's going to be leave the map, but see, we temper it. We temper that child's aggression. We temper America's aggression. See, we understand that when white America we understand when it needs to be confronted with its own sins. And it's usually black Americans that hold that mirror up to it. Because see, look, you need to understand this. All the Latino people, all you Africans out there who are listening to me, I don't care how loud you talk. White America does not listen to immigrants. White America does not listen to indigenous voices. White America does not listen to Latinos, Asians, or Arabs when they speak about injustice. White America does not care. These people tricked y'all into voting for Donald Trump. They turned right around and said, we about to take over Palestine and turn it into a resort in the Mediterranean. All these Venezuelans said, yeah, we're going to vote for Donald Trump. The Cubans went, and we said, okay, once he signed the sworn, we're going to send y'all right back. They don't care about oppressing you. You have no voice. As far as America is concerned, you're not even on the map. It's a black and white thing. You are nothing as far as the social status is concerned. You're just filling a place. You're just there to cut their lawns and watch their kids. It's hard to hear.
Well, I'm going to be honest with you, and I'll cut this short because it's not funny. I thought it was going to be funny. Look, this point about, Black America is done saving the U.S. To a certain extent, if you really want to be rhetorical or spin a sophistry web, that sort of thing might be true. I propose a different path. Stop giving a fuck what white America thinks. We black people, this is truly the quote black community's problem. We give a fuck what white people think. You cannot give a fuck and still be successful. So hey Mike, Mike from Boston, how you doing? Stop giving a fuck what white people think, Black America. The John Galt urban landlord landscape. Stop giving a fuck what Be Brave thinks. And I actually, Dolomite is right, actually. I do give too much of a fuck. Mainly because I just don't like to see people being led astray. But in a way, Dolomite beats me up, rightly so. I should stop giving a fuck what Be Brave thinks, because Be Brave means nothing other than sheer entertainment value. I need to do better. Dolomite, I'm just going to... Well, true, he will be fine. I will be fine too, and I should stop giving a fuck. I think everybody knows that I think Be Brave is an uneducated lout. And maybe that's all I need people to know. So we'll listen to a little bit more of Mr. Sperling, and then we'll move on to something a little bit more jocular.
But you don't count in this country. You're irrelevant to white America. I'm just saying, you have no voice. You have no place. You're here. You've been assigned the position. You didn't earn the position. But see, on the flip side, when foundational Black Americans speak, white America is forced to listen. Shout out to Quiet Faith. And I know folk don't want to hear it. I'm just telling you what you're all, putting a voice, putting words to what you already know to be true. Because if they listen, they'd be listening right now. They're not listening. They don't care. Oh, you took my daddy away. Don't care. Now, the question you should be asking yourself is, why is it that Black white America listens to us? They don't respect us like that. It's not that they value us. We're not special little snowflakes, special little chocolate chips. But here's the thing. They do fear what happens when we stop asking and start demanding. Because when we do that, things change. See, America doesn't change because it wants to. America doesn't change because it grows a conscience. America only changes when Black Americans make it too ashamed not to. The Civil Rights Movement, it didn't succeed because white America suddenly became enlightened. It succeeded because the world saw Black children and Black men and Black women being attacked by dogs and hosed down in the street and beaten for simply wanting dignity. The Voting Rights Act of 1965, it didn't pass because white politicians had a moral awakening. It passed because of Bloody Sunday in Selma forced white America to see its own brutality on television, and the world saw it. Same thing with the George Floyd unalivement. It didn't spark global protests because his death was unique. It happened all the time, twice on Sunday. It sparked protests because a foundational Black American group of people expressed rage. And it made it impossible for the country to look away. White guilt is the only force strong enough to make America confront itself, their shame. And that's tempered with the fact that we will have violent uprisings.
Well, enough of that white guilt nonsense. White people don't give a fuck about their guilt. And trying to guilt white America into being guilty, the ones who feel guilty, there's always a Christopher Rufo to quell that guilty bullshit. So I appreciate Dennis Sperling, but you're taking this a little bit more seriously than it probably should be. America does not give a fuck about its past. Doesn't give a fuck about history. So let's do something more entertaining, please. Tim Black always makes me laugh. Poignant, but funny.
Problem that we have here.
Did he mean go
Where-
south at the debate in that Joe Biden totally, had a malfunction the way we saw, or did he mean just go south at the debate like he doesn't perform well? The fact
It could have been both.
The fact that he was only concerned about the optics and not about the fact that the president of the United States might be in cognitive decline, might be mentally impaired, to me speaks volumes about the lack of character of Chuck Schumer. But the idea that we did not know about this for the years.
Hold on one sec. I actually don't disagree with you on this. Let's see. I know it's because he wants to keep his black card. I have a wrench on his channel. What? You have a wrench on his channel? Deacon Dave. But you know what? I just said it. Mr. Sperling, lawyer Sperling, is taking this too seriously. I think the way to defeat whiteness is to treat it for what it is. Funny. It is hilarious. Listen to this dude.
Leading up to the presidential campaign, we all saw it with our own eyes. Video after video, speech after speech, statement after statement. The Her report. The fact that we have people saying today, oh, I didn't know. We had no idea, is outrageous. That's number one. Number two, the cover-up is outrageous. And number three, people were arguing with a straight face that this man could serve 4 more years until, of course, it became untenable at the debate. Honestly, Jake and Alex have done a great service here. This book needs to be written. These stories need to be told because we've lived through the greatest scandal in modern American political history, the cover-up of the decline of the president, the argument that he can serve 4 more years. If he were in office today, if he had somehow won and were in office today, you'd have the same people on TV today saying, he's fine. So, behind closed doors, he's fine, and you know it.
I love that part. That part right there, Johnson. He nailed it. These same people, including Jake and Alice too, Scott. I know you don't want to throw your coworkers under the bus. You just gave them props, but let's call a thing a thing. Jake was one of the people denying that Biden was, incapacitated or glitching. You call it malfunctioning? Yeah, Jake was one of those people denying it. I covered that on this channel too. But these are the same people that would deny those problems. If he would have skated somehow into another, if he could have ran and won or something, they would all be denying reality right now. Right now. In fact, he could just be a hit in a jar, and they would still be denying that there's anything wrong with him because they are that conflicted. And really, there's no confliction. They are compromised. They are bad actors. They're not in it for us. They're in it for themselves and their stinking party, which is in it for themselves, which is totally self-serving. That includes all of them. Jasmine Crockett to AOC, all of them. None of them are calling out Joe Biden. None of them. Nobody Democratic except for Dean Phillips and RFK Jr. were calling, and I don't even remember if RFK Jr. was calling the guy incapacitated. We've been calling Joe Biden incapacitated since 2019, when we got a good look at him during that election. So yeah. One more time for the people in the cheap seats.
The book needs to be written. These stories need to be told because we've lived through the greatest scandal in modern American political history, the cover-up of the decline of the president, the argument that he could serve 4 more years. If he were in office today, if he had somehow won and were in office today, you'd have the same people on TV today saying, he's fine. So, behind closed doors, he's fine, and you know it.
I'm for extreme transparency when it comes to presidents, their tax returns, whatever it is. I want to know all the information I can get.
Goofy, you didn't want to know that Biden was goofy, that he was loopy. You didn't want to know that, though, did you, Van? No, you didn't want to know that. Because you like jobs and money and pandering to Democrats. We've already exposed you. It's horrible, Josh.
On men and women, people who seek the highest office. The reality is this. I was actually at the fundraiser that he was there with President Obama and with Jimmy Kimmel. He's between two of the sharpest guys in culture, and it was obvious that something was wrong. And when the average people...
And did you talk about it? Because you've had a platform for several years after you got that argument with Kanye West. Did you talk about it, Van? Did you alert all the black people that follow you, that know who you are, this group of black folks that think you're the revolutionary? I don't know why they would think that. Now, he wants to operate within the system, get all the cookies, and then try to claim that he is as blunt and real as me. He ain't. Or someone like me. Of the ilk of calling it real. Okay? My thing is, Van, when you had an opportunity, there you go. Man, you were privy to this in real time. Did you lead that event? Cut on your damn phone, Van. Did you go live? Did you? Y'all ain't gonna believe it. Y'all ain't gonna believe this. Joe Biden is, he done. He's glitching all over the place. Did you do that, Van? Or did you just be quiet and keep it to yourself and sit back while Uncle Luke, D.L. Hughley, huge liar, Roland Martin, and the rest of them chastise black people from one end of the internet to the other about us not being excited about Kamala or Joe? Yeah, I just want to know. Because what you did in that moment matters. Because unlike some of us, you were privy to it in real time. And here you go. Armchair quarterbacking. I mean, coming back later after it's all said and done and pretending like, you know, that you would have did something different. You part of the problem, Van. You just told us that you're part of the problem. Let's see what he says, Tim. What if he says the right thing and you're giving him all this work for nothing?
Made that observation, they were told over and over and over by political establishment that something was wrong with their eyes. Look,
you knew it. Cheap fakes. Cheap fakes. The word was cheap fakes.
So here's the deal.
I think we also have the video of Obama guiding Biden off the stage that
And I have to say this, and I have to be a lecherous old man. This woman is gorgeous. So that has been said. Wow, she is awesome.
Obama guiding Biden off the stage that
What about you, Abby? You saw the video when it
Don't
came
you dare.
out.
Don't you dare, Mr.
Did you
Brock.
use your CNN platform to alert the public that we have a crisis of leadership? See what I'm saying, guys? These people have the thing I don't have.
Why
so
is
I'm
he
living
dressed like a
'cause they
black
have it. How they
Mickey
use
Spillane?
it to cover for the establishment. Now, don't tell me we were told to believe them, not our lying eyes. See, just admit you a flunky, dog. Everyone needs to admit that they're just flunkies who are flunkies. Just admit it. Look, if you just say, look, I'm in it for the cash. See, that's the thing about Charleston White that I respect. I don't respect much about his takes. And occasionally you get something right. But the point is, he tells you, man,
Molo,
I ain't real.
Get your sleep, man.
Charleston White says, I'm not real. This is an act. I'm trying to get this paper. But not Abby. Abby and Van and Joy Reid and Rachel Maddow, Anderson Cooper, all these people need to all disclose the reality that what they're there for.
Biden campaign, vociferously denied was some kind of sign of his decline, but you see it there, Van.
Yeah, in the audience there, right? And everybody's watching it and everybody's kind of seeing it. Look, for the infrastructure of the party, your girl goes through your text messages. It's better when all the information is out. You're in a better situation when everything is on the table. You know how you done messed up. you guys can begin the healing. Just begin the healing and get over it. Obviously, there was some deception, but would you have to move past it now? But nobody was fooled once they put eyes on
It wasn't just deception about a campaign. The man was the sitting president of the United States. There's more at stake here than just politics. There's in-the-moment decision-making. Was the country at risk? Who was making decisions on behalf?
Right.
Okay. Let me look at this through in a historical lens. And Scott is right. However, we have had Woodrow Wilson. We have had Ronald Reagan. We have had Joe Biden. And there's probably more than that, but those are the three I can think of off the top of my head that wants to make a big deal. Like this is the first time in history it's ever happened. It is egregious. The reason Biden lost, well, Kamala Harris lost, is partly because it's a bigger problem than Biden. And Biden is specifically a problem. I 100% agree with Scott. However, I understand the need because I do often do it. I want to drive the point home again and again and again for maximum pain. However, sir, we are in the midst of Trump not totally being in control of things. He's a vibrant old 79, but he is getting bad advice, not so much because he's old, but because he doesn't know shit. And he is literally letting his staff drive his ratings into the ground. So that's the best I can do as a partisan anti-Trumper.
Dog, if you people in media, folks, listen, this says now you can't say, look at these horrible politicians. They're politicians. Forget that. I'm talking to the media people whose only purpose is supposedly to give us the information. They failed us. You don't have a problem with that, America? Look, man, I got nothing but love for some of you. A lot of you, people that watch the Tim Black Show. Some of you guys, I've known you guys over a decade, some of you. The people you should be going after are the Abby Phillips, are the Van Lathens, are the Rachel Maddows, are the Anderson Coopers, are the CNNs and MSNBCs.
Black hats?
Who
You mean
would
Tim
lie
Black?
to defend.
You don't know who Tim
an
Black is,
incompetent
SKC?
President. What they're all admitting is they knew there was a problem and they knew it was a problem. They decided that their jobs were more important than doing their job. They're keeping their jobs is more of a
Kamala
priority
lost
than doing their
because
job well.
Joe Biden failed
That's what they
and she didn't
decided.
get enough time. Then there's
And there's no
immigration.
repercussions. And then Jake Tapper and this Alice person who I
So
don't know.
Joe Biden and
Jake Tapper's one of the
immigration were
persons
why
that kept the
Kamala
lie
lost.
going.
Deacon Dave,
He
I've said it
chastised
several
people
times.
who called out Biden's
Or are you
decline.
talking about other
I
Democrats?
covered it here. And then a year later, he goes out and writes a book about all the people that deceived us and blames the politicians. He doesn't blame himself for not doing a CNN expose on it when he had the opportunity. He could have quit CNN, created a Substack, and do exactly what everybody's doing. Chuck Todd, out of job. He complaining too, talking about what the Democrats didn't divulge or talking about whatever and defending the media because politicians were lying. So what could we do? Go against the politicians and lose access? It's horrific, Johnson. It's just, these are the people that consider themselves ethical. There is no ethics. These people are scumbags. They make excuses for not doing the right thing. And then they admit it. Van Lathan just admitted He one of them. He not one of us. And I bet he slept like a baby, too. He's got a podcast. What were you learning higherly? Higher learning. What will you learn? What did you learn? You learned to lie like them, to cover for them. All right, man, next. And don't tell me, oh, Tim, give him a pass. No, because we don't listen to Scott Jennings as a culture, as a community. We listen more to Van Lathan. You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't take cues from Abby Phillip. Some people gave her a job.
I take
people
my
like
cues
D.L.
from
Hughley,
Abby Phillip,
Van
quite
Lathan,
frankly.
Roland Martin. They all covered for Biden.
Half of the country, because obviously the president was impaired and there were people who knew it. There were people, those same people were lying about it publicly. And now the real question is, who was making decisions behind the scenes?
Notice Bakari, he lied too. He lied too.
And so that is why I was so peeved and think it's political malpractice for what people who I admire and adore are doing in public, because they act as if they don't have the urgency to understand what comes with the next 4 years. Also, they should know that Joe Biden doesn't respond to public pressure. I mean, you can just go back to 2020 when the far left and everything wanted Joe Biden to be, a firebrand liberal, and he just ain't that. I mean,
when people talking about Joe Biden's incompetence, I forgot he was even sitting there. He's so quiet. He's sitting there like he mute. I thought Helen Keller was a white woman. I didn't know it was a boy here, was a black man in his 40s from South Carolina. But quiet as hell. Because he was one of the people doing it. It's horrible, man. Horrible.
Can't just move past it.
Why did
it happened, and you can't move past it.
Why didn't any of the people around Joe Biden say, Mr. President, don't do this? I mean, I forget about what they say publicly. Sure. What about privately?
Maybe they did. Who cares? You go public to blow the whistle. Everybody want to be a whistleblower. Everybody got something to say about Trump, but what were you saying about your own party? See, man, it ain't about what you do to the other side. It's about what you do on your side. We expect you to run Trump's name in the dirt. They've been dumping on Trump for 10 years straight, nonstop. That's not courageous. It's not notable. It's what you do. It's what they've been doing. What about when it was time to offer up Biden? His ambitious, hungry, control freak of a wife. Why didn't go after her? Come on, man. You know why.
It doesn't seem that anybody has said that.
Actually,
no. I mean, before it became a public spectacle, in the year before he was on that debate stage.
It's absolutely malpractice. When he said, he promised us the first that he would do one term, he'd be a bridge. And by the way, Bakari and I are two of the people who, for a very long time in those years, kept saying, let's get the VP ready.
Next on deck.
Yeah, I don't remember Bakari doing that. If he did, he didn't say it loud enough. And I don't remember that. Let's get the VP ready. She sucked too. Man, put in the comment section below, man, what do you think about media? This is the reason why media is so untrustworthy and why people don't trust it. Yeah, that's why, because this right here. And then they want to be upset. They want to blame Trump. Trump made people lose trust in media. Nah, media made people lose trust in media. That's who did it. It's the other way, Goofy. You did it on your own. You were real good at it too. Lying, denying, covering, faking, the funk. Pathetic. People got tired of it. They are tired of it. The only thing people hate more than media is Congress. Oh, and the Democrats. Perfect. You made it to the end of the video. I appreciate you. Now, Google thinks this next video is going to be perfect for you. It's right up your alley. So click the next video, watch that with me, and let's keep this politics going.
Well, I had to do it.
Wow.
Someone is up early this morning.
Front and reset.
This is called, let's see. It is called Kickboxing for Beginners, Coach Rosemary.
Balance.
So I don't know. I'm not averse to watching this for a few minutes.
Front, back, back.
Any kickboxers out there? Is that how you learn to do kickboxing?
Ugh.
She's not kicking very high.
Yeah. Done. 20 minutes. These pants are sweat. Here, like a rock. Sweating for myself.
I wonder if I could actually do a show like this.
I haven't done live streams since long ago, and those so nice. All right. People used to tell me that I look like that I had no coordination. All comments, but I wonder who they are. They do to encourage others, and I don't know if you're listening. Okay, what else? Definitely. Oh, look at that. That looks good. So yeah, what are other people that are commenting and making non-common comments doing in their lives? But there is everything in life, in this earth, human beings. There's everything. So if you want to try this, go ahead. You can exercise on a chair, seated, with little to nothing resistance, weight, whatever. But this is an encouragement. It's not really for you to do it if you cannot do it. So I've been doing this for years, same exercises. And my flexibility.
I'm not sure I understand this comment. Don't have a higher expectation for her than you do for the Black community.
If you want to look good, but most of all,
I expect the moon and stars from the Black community.
I'm sweating. I'm detoxifying this body.
She's a very trim and fit young lady.
And
good for her.
I love this. I feel great. I feel good. And I am tight, so I will keep the stretching happening.
I bet if I put boxing gloves on her, she could go a couple rounds with you, Deacon Dave.
My back is so strong. I got the epidural when I
She looks kind of tall.
Short,
so anyway, enough lusting for a woman in sweats. So this is actually fairly interesting. Again, this is Hezekiah News. And this looks actually interesting. This is called Black Youth Program.
I bear witness there's but one God, Allah High. Subhanallah. Subhanallah, 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 Subhanallah. Subhanallah, Subhanallah.
It's fascinating.
Subhanallah, Subhanallah, Subhanallah.
She will be treated like an opponent. Yeah. You're gonna be doing a lot of hugging so she doesn't bump you, right?
Alhamdulillah, 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 Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillah,
Why is the little girl wearing a veil? The whole video does? Oh, here we go. Let's get through this. I like that Persian carpet, the Persian rug. Ooh.
Supposedly to help minorities get into the construction trades. And we have our hassles here, you know, as everyone knows about our plan. But
I
we
have
can
a
ask
future
the fellows here
hairstyle.
to explain this how this program works. Right. You know, because it was founded basically out of the racial tensions of the 60s. And because a lot of men of color and other minorities were not able to get into construction trades, you see? And if we don't have any builders, then we're really in trouble.
So,
you know?
so you're saying it's nation building.
Got to put it squarely on the wall. The big 3 here. Oh, there it is. Well, if you want to know something about the Boston Plan, or what is called the Boston Area Construction Program, it was founded in 1970 for the purpose of getting minorities into the construction trades. And my basic function here is to be something like the master tutor or teacher. My job is to help develop curriculum and to teach basic math, the principles of adding, subtracting, multiplying, and division, and to teach the men in our program here how to read the ruler. Also, when I have extra time, I do a little artwork here, and I also teach minority history, the history of minorities in the construction trades, not only now, 1973, but going back as far as time begins. The history, you might say, of men becoming master builders and craftsmen. And basically, that's what my function is here.
Type of class activities to get the trainees involved and actually what they're doing and give them a strong feeling of what they're going to be up against when they go out into the industry. How do you feel about that?
I like it. I think it's needed. Millie, what do you think?
Yes, I believe that is the best possibility.
I think some of the problems maybe be that if we could get some films more or less to depict exactly
Hey, what's up,
the
Lou?
situation
How you doing?
Some of the involvement of other people when they've been involved in the construction trades.
Well, that's a very good idea. You know, the Man Safety Council has some very good films along that line. One film is When You Hear the Sound of the Bell. I think that's the name of it.
I would never part my hair in the
reviewing
middle.
that film, and it's pretty good. It points out the very safety measures that one has to have when one goes on the job. Also, I would think another suggestion that will help in getting the fellas to understand more what they will face on the job is to have some of the people in our staff who are actually men in the trades to talk to them.
What about some of the historical aspects? Do you feel as though we could give them more involvement, say, in Black history and from the beginning? What do you think about that?
Well, I think it's needed because the history of minorities in the construction trades, or the history of minorities as builders in world history as well as in United States history, is very important. We're trying to give a positive image that as people in this country, you know, many of whom come from outside of this continent, we were not all slaves at one time. We were builders, great men, great civilizations, civilizations in Egypt and Mozambique, civilizations in India, Arabia, China, civilizations right here in America, the Incas, the Aztecs. They were all what you call mound builders. They
So
were
what
great
you're trying to
builders.
say is that a lot of the brothers that be coming to the program have actually lost a lot of its history, and you feel as though it will help them.
Definitely. If one does not know oneself, it makes it very difficult to be able to understand other people. And part of knowing oneself is to know the history of one's background and what one's people have contributed to the world.
Right. What about back to safety? You feel as though we should have more safety, more involvement on, so they won't have injuries and things on the construction sites? How'd you like to see them become involved in that, really? What do you think?
Well,
Safety program.
safety programs are important, because the most important thing on the job is, first of all, the man be able to do the job. But if he hurts himself, he won't be able to be a good worker. He may be permanently injured. And of course, I think safety should be at least 30% of emphasis that we have in our program.
I would kind of like to get back to the historical thing, to structure our program from right on up to the present current date. I'd like to see us, involve our program and kind of structure it around, actually what has happened, historically.
Yeah, also, I agree with you on that. Also, I feel that we should emphasize what
Is he
men,
Asian?
minorities
I don't
have
know.
contributed to building up of America. Because
He
it's
looks
very
a little
important.
too busty
Like you
to
say,
be an
from
Asian.
the days before slavery,
Supreme of
during the slave trade, as well as now. And you see, what we need are positive images of what we are doing now. And this is why I feel we should emphasize not only the past, but a lot of what's happening here in the present. I certainly hope that we will get the support that we need from the other agencies in the community, because we do need their support too.
What about some of the racial bias? How do you think we should, show them,
I want people to
difference between
know
a black
this is, I guess, 1973. And the most interesting thing is the answers, some of the issues in 1973 in this interview still exist. So I would have to think about it a few minutes to actually think of why. But I just want to point out that history rhymes, if not repeats. Blacks in construction, some of the same stuff that come up in present conversations. Not much has changed, but a lot has changed.
tradesmen and white tradesmen that work in the construction site, some of the racial things that they may come in contact with, some of the type of confrontations, and different things that we're running into. How do you feel about that?
She doesn't look Asian to me.
Well, I think
Blue.
we should definitely expose them to it because that's real, But I think we should tell the truth about the entire situation as much as we can. And in telling them the truth, we could start telling about how this program was set up here. Because this is a real situation. This is the program that was set up.
All right, you ready, Larry?
Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah.
All right. Well, this is just going to be worship service through the end of the program, but I don't know. The part about the construction stuff, I think some of these issues still come up. And let's see. I see John started a show and people are starting to drift over there. So I am not going to be able to provide you with your morning nightshade dope. So I think I'll just go ahead and end it with this recipe. So y'all have fun at John Galt's. Enjoy your dope. Think about this music. Damn it. Well, I guess I'll have to talk you through the pork chops. You should never fry pork chops with dried spices, unless it's pepper or something. Those little, I think it's sage or something. That stuff will burn if you're not careful. .400-degree oven, huh? What I'd like to know is if they used fresh lemon. So anyway, let's see if there's anything else interesting out there. Oh, look. John Galt is actually looking at a video that I watched. Oh, you know what? These motherfuckers. I go and find shit, and John Galt gets to come back and do a whole show. Let's see what he has to say about what I just watched. Let us see.
Talk about accountability? Is that what we doing? Is that? Okay, is that what we're doing? Okay, because that was all perfectly okay.
It'll be interesting to know what his
all of the
take on this
factors
is.
that you see, I do appreciate that you see it is too much for somebody to be a little bit loud in public. I got you. Somebody be a little bit short at Costco, you know, dealing with all of that. I got it. So congratulations, Black MAGA.
You know what's so interesting? These people are talking about Donald Trump got 25 felonies. Listen to this. 25 felonies.
It'd be nice if we could hear John.
Yeah, 25 times, man. Yeah. 25. Yeah. Niggas say he got 25 felonies. That's a tenant of mine. If the blacks don't like Donald Trump having 34 felonies, how do they feel about random ass blacks just walking around in the midst amongst them? 25 felonies. Explain that away. If Donald Trump felonies are so bad, what about your brethren? They got 25 in the motherfuckers. 25 felonies? 25. He bragging about it. You have been in prison 5 times, man. Yeah. You've been in prison 5 times. Yeah. 25. Yeah. I've been in prison 5 times. I ain't making it up. I ain't making that shit up, nigga. I've been in prison 5 times, nigga. 25 times.
Oh, this is so sad. John, we can't hear you.
Ladies and gentlemen, when people like this in our...
Did he bother anybody? Did Donald Trump commit any felonies against somebody? Did he harm him?
Oh, my Lord. We have a lot of comments, like keeping your profit.
It's just amazing how they can compare Donald.
Is that right?
34 felonies. And you hear this black man here, he committed 25 against people. Yeah. 25 felonies. 25 felonies. You have been in prison 5 times, man. Yeah. 5 times. Oh, blacks, if you got a problem with felonies, you got to start.
America refuses to learn.
Listen to this.
No.
And this
What on earth is this idiot doing? Be brave
I was just listening to Stanley, and I was like, who the hell is this nigga talking right here? This nigga talking.
Well, anybody think John? If anybody can hear me or someone go over there, tell John
Americans that
turn up
hold
the volume from itself. Yeah, then it's rolling out.
Black Americans are done trying to force white America to grow up.
Grow up. Niggas, a whole bunch of men children out here. My volume is jumping.
This motherfucker.
I don't know what the deal is here with my volume. How's my volume now? How's the volume, guys? You can't hear me? What? You can't hear me. Volume is janky. What about my volume? Is my volume good right now? My volume should be pretty good. Yeah, I can hear feedback. My volume sucks? What? Oh, man. Volume's good. Volume. Let me know how the volume sounds here. Yeah, I'll wait for you guys. Let me know how the volume sounds here. Wow, this volume just fine.
And for too long, we've been the only ones trying to save this country from itself. But if
does he really believe that blacks have been trying to save this country? You know, yesterday I was on a panel, Sharon Bracey, and Sharon Bracey said,
"Well, that's true."
And I asked him about cleaning up.
Luther,
Bracey, a member on this panel,
this is what's amazing. So, is
like,
Be Brave
why should I
off
clean up
today?
my
So
neighborhood?
John has to do what Be Brave does.
Listen,
this is kind of sad.
Here's the guy from Sharon Bracey's panel. He said, "Well, why should I clean up the neighborhood? We don't own this shit."
The same thing.
Why don't blacks try to at least just clean up the neighborhoods? You know, like cast down your bucket.
It's
where
not
you are.
your neighborhood.
It's not. It's not your neighborhood. But yet this black over here says, what does he say? He says,
if too long, we've been the only ones trying to save this country from
It's
itself.
nice to know that I've inspired John this early in the morning.
He says, you know,
to
it's not your
critique what I
try to
say.
at least just clean up the neighborhoods. You know, like cast down your bucket
It's
where you
not
are.
your neighborhood.
Yeah, motherfucker.
It's where you live. That's what I'm saying. The point is you don't own that. Is you
about
don't
what
own this,
Dennis
so you
Sperling is
clean that
talking
up.
about instead
That's
of
a hell of a,
creating your
mindset
own
to have
narrative
there.
off
If
of
you
what
don't
he's
own the things around you, you shouldn't even keep them
motherfuckers
clean.
cleaning up their neighborhood has nothing
Imagine
to
trying to teach a
do
child
with
keep
what
their
Dennis
neighborhood
Sperling
clean
is saying.
when your
John,
justification for
do
not
better,
cleaning
son.
something is, well,
It's
where you
not
are.
your neighborhood.
It's not your neighborhood.
And this
But
motherfucker will
if
play
America
the same
refuses to
thing
learn, it
over
refuses
and
to
over and
listen, it
over.
refuses to grow,
Must be
then
getting
maybe it's
into
time for
John's
us to
head.
let it crash and burn, eating that.
like do blacks really believe that, like, honestly, this is not even criticism by blacks. Nobody's gonna follow the
Yeah,
people at the bottom.
yeah.
Like
I
the
don't
people
think
that
John
are
is
doing well for
draconian
themselves,
as
people
much
are more
as
likely to say, okay, I see what you guys got going for yourself. I'll follow what you guys
I
are
don't
doing.
know what John
But
is.
this guy thinks that black Americans are responsible for building and saving America. Is
To
this
save
right?
this country from itself.
Okay, see,
But
here's the
if
problem
America
with John.
refuses to learn, it refuses to listen, it refuses.
Black America is responsible for tearing down America, not building America. You cannot be positive about black people. You must be negative. So the argument that black slaves built the White House, well, they didn't design the White House. They just laid the foundation and built the bricks. So when you say blacks built the White House, well, they didn't design it, therefore they didn't build it. Motherfucker, that is the lamest anti-black, black, racist bullshit that you can spew. Be brave whites are not the problem in America or any sort of existential threat to black people in America, the foundational or legacy black Americans. The anti-black blacks are. It's internal rot that's the problem. So let's listen to some more internal self-hatred and rot.
All you immigrants out here, you're not like us because we have a special place with white people.
They're not like us.
White people will listen to us when we come to them and complain, no one else will listen to us. White people don't care about you. They only care about what we think. Us black people. Not you immigrants, not you Africans, not you Venezuelans. He's saying that
The
white
fuck
people
does
don't
any of
care
this
about
have to do
blacks.
with
And this is
Venezuelans?
where I think a lot of
Let's
this black
build a
value,
false narrative.
they attach a lot of value into being able to be heard by whites. And he's going to explain it right here.
You talk. White America does not listen to immigrants. White America does not listen to indigenous voices. White America does not listen to Latinos, Asians, or Arabs when they speak about injustice. White America does not care. These people tricked y'all into voting for Donald Trump. They turned right around and said, we about to take over Palestine and turn it into a resort in the Mediterranean. All these Venezuelans said, yeah, we're going to vote for Donald Trump. The Cubans went, and we said, okay, once he signed the sworn, we're going to send y'all right back. They don't care about oppressing you. You have no voice. As far as America is concerned, you're not even on the map. It's a black and white thing. You are nothing as far as the social status is concerned. You're just filling a place. You're just there to cut their lawns and watch their kids. It's hard to hear.
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you, and I'll cut this short because it's not funny. I thought it was gonna be funny. Look, this point about Black America is done saving the U.S. To a certain extent, if you really want to be rhetorical or spin a sophistry web, that sort of thing might be true. I propose a different path. Stop giving a fuck what white America thinks. We black people, this is truly the quote black community's problem.
The problem that Stanley doesn't realize.
Yeah, see, this motherfucker cuts me off right in the middle of it.
They can form their own little neighborhoods and stuff like that. And maybe they don't have to.
John Galt is afraid of what I'll say.
Who mainly have to work for white people. You better think about what white people think. You better keep it in the front of your mind if you want to continue working. You better make sure that you don't express things that may be in your mind, but aren't for polite company. So you do, a lot of the blacks have to think about what white people think. They're worried about what white people are thinking. They're moving to white neighborhoods. And they're worried, they're concerned that if they have a little backyard party, are they fitting in with the neighborhood? When they go to work, the black women are concerned about their hair. The black men, they're concerned about whatever they're concerned about. Assimilation issues. They don't have communities or ecosystem where they can work amongst each other. They have to be concerned with what the white people think of them because the white people have all the jobs. Stanley worked for white people. He was in a white man's military. He was in the American military, not the African military. At the top of that was probably some white, the president of the country who led the military. You have to be concerned with what white people think if you're black. And you're going to go out into the larger world and work.
John Galt has the white man's mortgage.
Consideration. Even though they have to turn their resume over to these people and ask for a job. One of the two comes to fit. If you're not going to be concerned about white people, then you're going to go off and do your own things. It's fine. The Koreans do it. The Arabs do it. Large neighborhoods in New York, the Jewish people do it. But if blacks are going to go out here, get all this education, and then demand that jobs hire them, then they're going to have to comport. And comporting is more or less going to require them to get in line with what the white man expects. It's just the way it is. They don't have people that are creating businesses for them. Puffy didn't create jobs. He created freak-offs. So
John has to be concerned with what the white man. We give a fuck what white people think. You cannot give a fuck and still be successful. Hey, Mike, Mike from Boston, how you doing? Stop giving a fuck what white people think. Black America, the John Galt urban landlord landscape. Stop giving a fuck what Be Brave thinks. And
how can you not give a fuck when you go live in their neighborhood?
How can you not give a fuck?
If you take your black ass to their neighborhood, the onus is on you to assimilate.
Assimilate my ass.
And you blacks are constantly moving to white people neighborhoods.
Look at this sniveling black man. You have to think. You have to care about white people.
And then there's going to be problems. And then you're going to blame that on racism. Again, I asked the blacks yesterday, and it's a really legitimate question for the blacks out there.
It's not a legitimate question.
Racism is such a big problem, and if it's solely due to the color of your skin, then would you be okay with the government funding like a reverse vitiligo?
Well, folks, when I have John Galt reviewing my show point for point, I think I've gotten under his skin.
A black person's skin
so
white or lighter.
I don't know. What do you think, Lou? Should we all go over there? I'll troll him in his own chat. This motherfucker is reviewing my show.
Then I'm all for the government funding research to look for a solution. There are men out here, they feel like women. The government has funded it. They put it on your health care, your Medicaid. You can be a woman if you feel like a woman. If blacks are so aggrieved at being black, being judged by other people, then why not see if we can just turn them white on the outside? Michael Jackson did it. Sammy Sosa did it. If it's solely the
same
skin,
fucking dumb nightshade points, John Galt cannot think his way out of his little basement apartment there.
Skin color is the problem.
Skin color is not the problem, John.
What do you think about this, Stanley? People in the audience. Is the brown color of the black skin?
No, the brown color is not the problem, John. It's the quality of the thought.
Or could it be the content of their character, which is what Martin Luther King talked about? Is it their color or their character? I'm just curious to know, because I was just looking through Twitter and the lady.
Motherfucker, I don't even have a Twitter account. You look through Twitter, John. I don't have an account. Let me know what Twitter says.
Those type of people. And I have my Twitter stream up, and I saw something.
I have my Twitter stream up.
I don't know who this guy is, Kendrick.
I could give a darn less. No, I see you're awake, so I'm gonna have to tone down my language. Damn it! I thought you'd fallen asleep.
Man accused. Let's see if we got a video. Yeah.
Oh, let's see.
Yeah, let's see if we got a shorter video. Damn. The fuck he do? Oh. Okay, let's see what he said.
And I don't know. What the fuck is John doing?
Shootout on the streets of downtown Dallas unfolded back on April 5th. It was presented by the prosecution as part of a bond reduction hearing for murder suspect 34-year-old
I got so under his skin that he had to fire up a stream to rebut. I'm kind of proud.
28-year-old Ashley Long and her friend 36
I am proud of little old Stanley got under the niggers
the car with his hand. The Mercedes stops. Almost immediately, Kistler can be seen trying to retrieve a handgun out of Long's purse when Finch steps out of the car with a gun in his hand.
Now, see, he has to go and point out
I can tell you Mr. Finch's
crime
gun was
in the
pointed
black
in
community
Mr. Kistler
to
and Miss Long's
refute
direction.
anything I
started
said.
to fall prior to what appears to be Mr. Kistler directing his gun at Mr. Finch. So to go out on an assumption, I would assume Mr. Finch fired first.
The defense.
That's the black man that killed killed a white woman downtown Dallas. And here is his mama, the mother of Kendrick Finch.
So he's trying to make a point and can't even get his fucking volume right so people can hear his point.
And here's his mother, Cynthia Finch. She said, "Free Carmelo Anthony."
Amazing.
And that's the mother of the guy who killed a lady downtown Dallas a couple weeks ago. So you kind of see that people are kind of tired of these kind of people, these bloodlust people that are more or less race rooting for the murder of other people and then excuse me when it happened there. Again, this is the mother, a black woman, saying free Carmelo Anthony. I don't know if her son killed someone before or after Carmelo Anthony, but again, this just kind of shows you the rot runs really deep there. The rot runs really deep. Following up with Carmelo Anthony here, blacks in a higher socioeconomic status still murder much more than the poorest whites. Carmelo Anthony, and I pointed this out.
Well, here's the deal, folks. Yeah, no one can hear him, but they are straining to hear him. Dave, this is sad.
Household income of $85,000 and over. Blacks still have a homicide rate of 15.
You know what? When you can't be positive, you just review my show and then you go straight into black crime. This motherfucker is really the anti-black blacks are the problem in the black community, not the white racists. White racists can only be white, but they can't do what a racist, anti-black racist black man can do.
And there was a guy, I think this is him. Let's see if this is him. He says,
so, I don't know.
Most of the niggas in America are in about 20 to 25 cities, right?
You can hear the thing, but you can't hear John.
Where 200-300 people were murdered. It ran.
And that's what the black man is saying. He's saying like the blacks are out of control. And when I
Dave, go over to his show. Maybe you can hear him directly and not through StreamYard.
Who told you that? Where did you black there? And
there you go.
Experience, and most of the violence, the extreme violence, is like by the black kids.
So I think the problem is there's no such thing as black violence or white violence. The issue is when it comes to our community, we tend to.
Let a white person shoot up a school. They say the whites commit most of the street shootings, school shootings. So the blacks are willing to pick and choose and cherry pick what's black and what's white violence. Again, he says it here.
I think the problem is there's no such thing as black violence or white violence. The issue is when it comes to our community, we tend to say that it's a black thing, and people tend to be violent with their neighbors. So it doesn't matter about your race; it's about who you next to.
Yes, well, Carmelo Anthony was next to Austin Metcalf in the affluent area, and where you would expect it. Well, I guess you would expect that he would commit murder. Now, you know which is very interesting. That these numbers, they're no other comparison to them. Even the poorest of whites don't come anywhere near the violence of,
Oh, I don't know. His volume got low again.
Bureau of Justice.
Let's see here.
I don't think the numbers would have changed much, but there's something there. And for the blacks that don't want to admit that, they have to look away from these statistics here. Again, yesterday I was up on B. Brady's panel. And, I don't know if the guy was trolling me or not, but King Shanard was saying, basically, you're at fault for the people breaking in my house. And, I've heard it so many times from blacks, and blacks will say, well, you need to put better locks on your doors. They don't even have any expectation that their people won't steal, so they just expect that you will go to the extra lengths of putting bigger and better locks on your doors and things like that. And so to hear King Shenard, trying to make excuses for the people that are committing the crime, I think that's again where a lot of the fatigue is coming from. These people just cannot be honest. They'll hear the stories. Just black lady.
This is the weird thing. If you don't agree with these anti-black blacks, then you're lying. Like they know the truth, and they only know the truth. And if you disagree, you're a liar. This is just really their limitation. This is why anti-black blacks live in the hood. Because whites will laugh them out of their neighborhood.
You see that all the time. There's just no straight talk.
There's no straight talk.
Listen to John Galt. I mean, hey, you think I can make a change in just one man here? I tell you what, though, if they keep listening to people like Sharon Braces, I will say this: they don't have a shot.
Sharon Braces. See, the problem is if they keep listening to you. Why are they? Why? Here's the deal. Why are black people listening to Sharon or John or Stanley or anyone? Don't listen to us.
150,000, where majority of the people are millionaires.
Silver Springs.
But it's also Jay.
Oops. Don't listen to us. Go out and think for yourself. You don't need Sharon or John or Stanley to teach you how to think. Think for yourself. We are only entertainment. We will go back and forth with each other, but I trust that a Molov or a Deacon Dave or a Lupin or a Free Zone Lou, y'all are living your life already. We're just a diversion. I'm not sure any of us have the truth. We may have a truth. And it may coincide, it may not, but damn it, we are not the truth. And I'd be upset if you thought I was the truth. What's worked has worked for me and, my family. There may be tidbits, there may be good advice, but we are not your game plan. Only you can make up your own game plan. I absolutely agree with that. The minute, Lupin, you start having a command position, people will get mighty unhappy. I'm just here. Well, you know what? You need to pass out better snacks there, Free Zone. Well, Uncle Fatty, there are some truths, but there are not many of them. Pass out snacks.
Meanwhile, these are the numbers on the ground that you see on the screen here. And He's talking about some hypothetical neighborhood in Baltimore.
Okay, here's the deal. Okay, the statistics mean they are statistics. And Sharon's point, and I have been making this point for quite some time, we have known about black crime literally for 200 years. We have racialized crime. We know how to say it's black crime or it's black on black crime. We know how to do that. What we've never done is just called it crime and tried to solve it without racializing it. Try it. It might work. It's just a thought. And when dumb motherfuckers start beating up a whole community for what's happening in very narrow geographic spaces, the whole black community, whether you live in Beverly Hills or fucking, Buckhead or wherever get stigmatized because of what happens in the inner cities, and people like John Galt are willing to go along with it. That is our problem. Racializing crime, and the John Galts of the world, the anti-black blacks, are willing to go up and listen to a fucking bottom feeder talk about how fucked up the black community is. This motherfucker can't even fix his own life. I heard him talk about, how he barely had a marriage and all this bullshit, but yet he is trying to, he thinks he's better than black people, all black people. The motherfucker, I won't even, you need to go back and listen to Be Brave show from yesterday, and you will understand why I laugh when a motherfucker who has barely lived a successful life wants to tell me I have to worry about the ghetto. They're shooting up the streets. They're ruining America. And the anti-black blacks eat it up. It is perverse. What's up, Fred? What's up is I'm about to end this because I am disgusted. And Fred, you keep asking me that question. And I hear you, Fred. I'm starting to question more and more every day. I was okay with just doing my show and being done with it. And then it turns out John Galt wants to review my show and disagree and not come up here. And the reason he didn't come up is he knows he won't get on my panel and be able to compete verbally. I will just fucking crush him. So he needs to go and do his own show and, consult the points there or dispute the points there. And, you have little Miss Lindy Lou and all the usual suspects who like that anti-black bullshit, eating, glomming on to every word. And anyway, I guess I should stop being bitter about it. It is what it is. How come Red State? You know what? Be Brave never covers that. Rape is not, blacks have their murder rate, but you will never, it's shooting up the streets. It's not the sexual violence that gets to the anti-blacks or the Be Braves. They ignore the other types of violent crime. They just want, it's racist. They have to make a narrative out of this crime without actually looking under their own hoods. So anyway, Deacon Dave, hit the link if you want, or Uncle Fatty. We can take this in a less vitriolic direction. But I don't know. I don't have any real videos that are interesting. Other than history videos, I always have those. Let's see what else. The only things I really have are boring history videos. Unless I can find another Professor Black truth, that would be funny. Well, Fred, it does not work when you do an actual breakdown. Data does not matter to these anti-blacks. When you try and tell them what data is, or do a breakdown of data, or as I did with SKC, talk about Roland Fryer, they just kind of shove it under the rug and forget it by the time the next debate comes up. So it's a little frustrating. What's up, Dave?
Not much. I was listening to you earlier, but I'll wake up and I'll start the stream. I'll listen to the stream, and somewhere I'll just pass out and go back
Yeah,
to sleep.
you have it with
No,
your
I mean
morning.
because I'm trying to wake up, and
Right.
it'll be playing. Then I'll get in the shower. I'll put it on 2 times speed. Then I missed out some of the things that you were trying to point out. But I do recall one thing that you did say. You was talking about how the anti-black said that you were something to the effect that you're no longer black because you married a white woman,
Oh, basically
or your
the
credibility
narrative
is shot.
the narrative that John Galt, and I don't really understand how John Galt literally worships whites. He criticizes black culture, but he's basically saying, and see, these guys are like eels. They squirm out every time you try and get a handle on them. They squirm out of your grip. So, and I'm not kidding when I say that. So they are criticizing black culture, but when you move away from black culture, you are no longer, there's a problem with you moving away. Apparently, what they think is you have to stay in the hood and improve the hood. You have to be like the Jews or the Asians. You have to network and you have to improve. Well, like John says, and I guess Booker T. Washington said, cast down your bucket. So you can't move away from the neighborhood. You have to stay there and redeem, refurbish, repair the neighborhood. If you move away, you're not really black. If you marry a non-black, then you're not really black because you are not focusing on making the horrible black culture better. And what this motherfucker cannot understand is that not all blacks, the culture is not monolithic. We don't all listen to rap music. We don't all do the same things. And you know what? If you've never lived in the hood, I'm not going back to the hood, a place I didn't grow up in and don't necessarily understand, to fix it. I don't know what the fuck to fix. So I just think that these anti-blacks are limited. They are the stupid ones, and they don't seem to be able to realize it. If you sit your ass in the ghetto and decide to be a landlord, more power to you, but I don't admire it. I don't give a fuck if you're a ghetto landlord. Who gives a fuck? That's you. Why is it something that should be admired? He thinks he's performing a service by giving them a place to live. Well, good for you, St. John, but no one else gives a fuck.
Well, there's a couple of things that spring up in my mind after. I totally understand what you're saying, but let's say like things that you're not. No, I really do.
If there is a but afterwards, then you don't understand what I'm saying. I think John is doing what John wants to do, and he's a black man, a free black man. Do what the hell you want to do, but don't think anyone else gives a fuck. No one else gives a fuck that he's a ghetto landlord and he's helping the dregs of society. Motherfucker, I don't care. Good for you. You're not doing it for free.
I just try to get a full understanding. I really do.
Motherfucker, the full understanding is John is limited.
Yes, that may be a part of it. Yeah.
He is a prisoner of his own fucking racist behavior. And he's not smart enough to figure it out.
From your experiences, you're not really.
You know what?
No, I'm not. No, this is totally off of that. This is off of that.
I don't see how you are doing any favors sitting there getting drunk and high and saying N-word all day. That's not helping people. How is, other than sheer entertainment for the Lindy Loos and the B Braves? See, this is what I mean. Motherfucker, you are being the nightshade. You are sitting there getting drunk and high for the whites' entertainment, and you are having a problem with other black people. How the fuck does that work?
I don't know if he's trying to be entertaining or legitimately griping.
Look,
there's enough content there.
I have met people like John thinks he's fighting the good fight. And dude, you know what? All I have to say is after my wife died, I was with my son 24/7 to get him where he is, and I'm going to leave it at that. I didn't have motherfucking time to drink and smoke and fucking be online. I was busy raising children not to be nightshades.
I mean,
so
exactly.
A motherfucker like that telling me, Stanley Cross, that reading a book and you live in a white neighborhood, your county, motherfucker, I have a son in a fucking engineering school.
There's something to be dissected, though, Stanley. Stanley, there's something to be dissected to get a point across.
You know what? If it's not readily apparent, I'm not going to waste my time dissecting it. Some things, dude, I'm not going to sit here and teach a fucking 50-year-old man what's important in life. Why would I do that?
I don't think that's the issue.
It's like me going into the ghetto and trying to save it. I don't give a fuck about John Galt, other than, you know, I'm on his channel and I do a show, and that might not be lasting for too much longer because this shit is untenable. I don't like stupid people.
It's a unique opportunity. I do think there's work to be done.
For what? To save a nightshade?
No, the contrasting characters has entertainment value. And the fact that you're on here, you could do whatever you want.
I'm not that entertained.
No, but you are entertaining. But you bring a value to it. As a matter of fact, it's almost like sharpening your argument. He can't sharpen that argument against nothing if there's no pushback.
Okay, he doesn't have an argument. There is no argument to sharpen. Okay, I'm dead serious about this. There is no argument. If the argument is why can't we be like the Jews? Well, motherfucker, we're not Jews. That's why. Isn't that self-obvious? Isn't that self-evident? We're not the Asians because we're not Asian. It's a different history.
It's a wide stride to go there to that point, Stanley. I understand.
Do you know how many times I've said this to John Galt?
I could imagine once every show, in one way or another.
Because to me, honestly, and I'm not kidding, that is a dumb motherfucking question. Why can't we do what the Jews do? Well, motherfucker, we're not the Jews. I literally told him on his show yesterday that we need to figure out our own path. And if we can't do that, if in his mind, in your mind, and several other minds, black culture is fucked up, well, fucking stop propagating it and start over. Okay. I don't give a, you know what? I am black culture. No one else, no other black person, no other white person. I am black culture. I am my own black culture. And if you can't fucking think like that, then you are a lost boy. I am my goddamn standard. And I set high standards. My son fucking lived up to the standard and is in one of the top engineering schools in the country. Motherfucker, black culture didn't set that standard. I did. And he met it. If I was waiting on the John Galt version of black culture, my fucking son would be one of his renters. And if he's not smart enough to figure it out, that is his problem. But the thought of that motherfucker telling me that I'm not black or, you married a motherfucker, I'm a free black man. All the ancestors fought so I could do what I want to do. Not meet a standard of who I marry or where I live. Motherfucker, Frederick Douglass didn't fucking fight to be for me to listen to what John Galt says. And I should be better about just kind of letting it go, but I just don't like seeing black talent wasted.
You're gonna see a lot of waste. Yeah, I mean you can't stop that.
All I have to say is if this 50-year-old motherfucker can't figure out that, you know what, you better be setting your own standard. Who gives a fuck what white people think? You better be thinking about what you think, and you better be figuring out how to think. Fuck the statistics. Dude, why is it my problem that the black community has high murder stats? Why is that my problem?
It's not.
Okay, then why the fuck does he keep quoting it? If I lived in a place with a high murder rate, it would be my problem. But I don't.
think it's something satisfying if you could talk directly to the problem. And if you see John as a problem, you're satisfied by talking to him.
It's a societal problem, and the way we're approaching it, I'm more and more convinced, is racialized. It's a black problem. That's why it's not being addressed. Can't this dumb son of a bitch see that? It is a black on black crime problem. That's why it's not being solved. Everyone's complaining about it like a Be Brave, but Be Brave doesn't give a fuck about fixing the problem. He just wants to do a YouTube show about it. Why can't these dumb son of a bitches see that the black on black crime is literally a talking point? It's not worth solving. If we just called it crime, then we would have to put like resources into solving the problem. If it is racialized to black, it is the black people's problem. Motherfuckers, why can't y'all see that? And I mean you and the other anti-blacks. This motherfucking shit is not rocket science. But yet a John Galt wants to quote statistics without figuring out what the statistics mean at a 30,000 foot view. Motherfucker, we have known about this problem for a century, and it's a black problem. It's a black problem. Like Be Brave and John Galt and other motherfuckers, they expect black people to solve the murder problem in the hood. Well, motherfucker, the hood is in America. It's a societal problem. I'm not a goddamn cop. Making it a black problem is allowing America to ignore the problem and just go, hey, it's black, they can solve it. And obviously, black people can't solve it. Obviously, it's a bigger problem than the neighborhood people can solve because they're not crime fighters. They're just regular people. But a dumb son of a bitch, like all these motherfuckers are, Act Nation, Be Brave, John Galt, and whoever the fuck else, Hood Conservative, CT, those motherfuckers are stupid. They literally have no ability to think. That's my opinion of them. And there's not a one of them I wouldn't get on a panel and tell them directly what I think. They are limited. So I'm done with my diatribe. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm not going to argue with you about it. I just think that the ingredients that made the Stanley cake are different from the ingredients that made the John
What does
Galt
it matter? It does not change. It doesn't change the stats. It does not. Look, the statistics are independent of the Stanley cake. Okay. Black on black crime is termed that way because the systemic racist part of the system wants to make it a black problem when it is an American problem. Racializing the crime is literally a way to not bother with it. Listen to the Be Brave going, hey, 70% of the black community. Well, motherfucker, it's not 70% of the black communities to fix the problem. We're the goddamn cops. Where are the systemic or the system resources to fix it? Dumbasses are comfortable with calling out the crime in the ghetto without realizing that the crime in the ghetto is happening in the United States of America, and racializing it is why the problem isn't being solved. It's a black problem. I'm sorry, but it is plainly obvious.
No, I know when to let you get it off, man. Go ahead, get it out.
No, I've said what I said, but I just feel. See, I feel sorry for John Galt, quite frankly. Luckily, I don't have to live his life. I can live where I live and be okay. And you know what? I shouldn't even have given it this much of a thought.
You mean if you're wearing it out, you was reviewing a video, and in the dissection, he probably didn't agree with the way he went about it. That would set anybody off, I guess. That's your work.
Well, the problem is he is totally See, these guys want to review stuff without me there to explain it to them. And there's a reason for that. There's a reason Be Brave will go and review a show, but when I ask to come up to explain it, well, no. You can do a monologue and I'll go ride my bike. Motherfucker, because I like crushing the stupidity. Okay, Be Brave is not smart enough to get half of my points, and frankly, neither is John Galt. Okay, he's smart, but apparently he's not that smart. And I'll just be naked about my opinion of his abilities.
That's fair.
And it's nothing I wouldn't tell him. He is limited, and he should fucking start asking more questions than fucking making dumbass pronouncements. Pulling up statistics doesn't really solve much. It tells me there's a problem. That's about it. And if there's a problem, it is literally something that should be solved. And he wants to say, well, you know, the black people, it's a black problem. 70% of black people. Motherfucker, aren't black people Americans? Why can't we do what the Jews did? Well, motherfucker, why can't Asians haven't been here that long? We've been here for 400 years and we haven't solved it. We haven't. Well, motherfucker, there's a reason. Read a history book. You might get a clue. So, you know what? But then I live with my people. I live in the hood. Well, motherfucker, congratulations. You could move out if you want. You're choosing to be there. You're not stuck. And no one else is going to be impressed. I literally heard this motherfucker go on and on about the county I live in. What's 70% white? You want to live among white people. I literally live in a mixed neighborhood, and there are several cities in the county. I live in one of the cities. But no. When you tell him that, he keeps wanting to go back to the county statistics. These motherfuckers have to have their narrative. This is why when I'm on a panel with John, I don't have any mercy at fucking, you know what? Get frustrated and leave the goddamn panel if you can't compete. This is why these motherfuckers don't like being on a panel with me, because I will not let stupidity talk. I will dominate it. And if you get your feelings hurt, get the fuck on.
Hey, what's a P.A.B., by the way?
No, P.A.B. You know what? Somebody made a comment, and I can't remember what it is. I think the B stands for black. That's about it. I don't remember. I titled the show. As a matter of fact, I titled the show for Monday, and I kept coming up with better show titles, so it's been pushed back. So no idea what a P.A.B. is. Someone said it somewhere out there in the audience. Someone knows what a P.A.B. is. Yeah, it's just crime or just crime. Yeah, this racializing crime. And we have been doing it for 100 years or more. And it suddenly occurred to me, that's why the murder rate in the black community isn't being handled. It's because it is in the black community. Therefore, it is a black problem. And Be Brave has been saying it for months. And it just suddenly dawned on me, day or two ago. All right.
That makes
Well,
no sense. Peanut butter and jelly. That's PB and
I
J, not
don't.
P.A.B.
I have no clue. Brian Nichols is sometimes a sphinx. You know, it's like what he says is a riddle. He'll tell us when he's ready for us to know.
Hey, what was that Professor Black Thought video about the statue?
It's Professor Black Thought.
Yeah, he had a statue
By
video.
the way, he is not a progressive. If you've ever listened to him for a length of time, he's actually fairly conservative.
Yeah, somebody said that's Jason Black. And they do have kind of the same cadence.
And I'm sorry, it's Professor Black Truth.
Yeah. Somebody said that's
you know what?
Jason Black.
You know
they
what?
do sound similar.
Jason Black has that kind of deep voice.
But that could be a voice mod too, though.
Well, whatever. It's funny, and I thank Fred for bringing me back to it because I used to listen to him all the time.
Yo, can you run that video back one time?
Yeah, I actually have a new one queued up, and I don't agree with everything he says, but sometimes I do. This is a crime report thing. Oh, hold on.
Crime report. Jackson, Mississippi, August 14th, 2022, 8 o'clock p.m. Mississippi's story is much like the United States itself. It's a red state, though it does have some blue cities within it, and those are the ones that Black people are in control of, including the state's capital of Jackson, Mississippi. And that has long been a target that the white right in Mississippi have lusted to try to capture. Mississippi's Capitol Police Force had previously only provided security for government buildings. That is until 3 years ago, when the GOP-controlled legislature and governor decided they were going to try to take over the state capitol by pushing legislation to replace Jackson's local court system with a single white judge who would be appointed, not elected, by the GOP state chief justice and prosecutors appointed by the GOP state attorney general. They also have been trying to expand the jurisdiction of the state-run Capitol Police in a district that includes parts of Jackson. They've even had the most lawless court in America, the notoriously racist Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals, rubber stamp their blatantly illegal takeover of Jackson's local airport on the grounds that because the airport serves a regional area, it should be under state control. Something that has never been the case in 100 years. Nobody ever thought that the state should be in control of the airport until now. All of this in response to Black people who are in control of these major cities. If these good old boys down there were so concerned about how taxpayer funds are spent, they need to look at themselves and how they've been wasting untold millions in state money. They could ask Brett Favre about information on that one. And by far the biggest part of the GOP takeover of the city has been militaristic in nature, just an open plan to put white officers on the streets of Jackson, allegedly to help local law enforcement, even though local law enforcement didn't ask for it. Because what's actually been happening is you have a gang of neo-Klansmen who haven't been doing anything to reduce crime, though they have been getting their jollies killing unarmed Black citizens and framing them for crimes they didn't even commit. This encroachment upon the sovereignty of Black leadership in these cities has been going on for years, and the Black citizens have been opposing this on the grounds that this would only result in a white racist gang of marauders and criminals committing crimes, with innocent people winding up hurt or killed and creating legal messes that will take decades to clean up if they can ever be cleaned up at all. Of course, Black Jacksonites have had to wage this war alone. Just like they did in New Bern, Alabama, and everywhere else, Democrats have been nowhere to be seen. And it's against this backdrop that we turn to the subject of this morning's briefing. On the night of August 14th, 2022, Sinatra Jordan was driving a rented car. He had a passenger, Sharita Harris. The rented car was a Nissan Rogue with Arizona plates. Sharita's car was damaged and Jordan was driving. About the only thing he could be accused of was driving with a suspended license. Mr. Jordan and Miss Harris were cruising downtown Jackson looking for a place to relax. They had known each other for years, but had only recently begun hanging out. As they drove down State Street, Mr. Jordan realized that they were being followed. It was an unmarked cop.
Well, here's the deal. And this is what he just glossed over. Why is this kid driving around on a suspended license? You can't just fucking gloss over that and then all of a sudden they're cruising around looking for a place to relax. They shouldn't have been cruising around. This is a problem that should be noted.
Cop car that had begun trailing them. This unmarked car then pulled up behind them and started flashing its lights. As Mr. Jordan moved his car into the right lane to pull over, the police suddenly opened fire. Mr. Jordan looked over to Miss Harris and realized she was covered in blood. He had been shot in the head. Mr. Jordan wisely didn't stop driving and instead tried to get the two of them to safety. The cop car stayed in close pursuit. Mr. Jordan had made it to his neighborhood, but he realized that the police who had just tried to kill him and who had grievously wounded his friend were still in pursuit. Hoping to lead them away, Mr. Jordan pulled over, got out, and ran. He would eventually surrender to police who, because they were in his neighborhood, suddenly were gun shy. Both Mr. Jordan and Miss Harris were taken to the hospital. Mr. Jordan, still not knowing why the police had ambushed him and his girlfriend, was taken to the notorious Raymond Detention Center. When Mr. Jordan asked to know how Miss Harris was doing, he was told she was in surgery. Miss Harris's ordeal would be comparably horrible to what Mr. Jordan would endure. She would have to undergo multiple surgeries to remove a bullet from her brain and to repair her left eye and ear, but her face would remain partially paralyzed. She would struggle to chew or to drink liquids. She would suffer bouts of dizziness and had trouble remembering things. Her injuries made it difficult to do routine tasks like cooking, driving, working, and caring for her children. Now, predictably, this gang of Mississippi State Capitol race soldiers didn't carry body cameras, and their police cars didn't have dashboard cameras either. That was the entire point of setting up this little experiment. There's supposed to be some sort of white supremacist secret police. The two Mississippi Capitol Police thugs responsible for trying to take the lives of Mr. Jordan and Miss Harris are Jeffrey Walker and Michael Reinwald. These two, of course, came up with a story of their own, with no evidence, mind you, saying the opposite of what Mr. Jordan claimed, and it's full of the kind of weasel words and qualifying language that you would expect from cops who attend those seminars where the police union pays some lawyer to coach them on what to say when they commit some crime against a citizen. These two claimed that Mr. Jordan had run a red light, that Reinwald had merely started to get out of the unmarked car when Mr. Jordan suddenly took off. The so-called chase went onto the interstate, where Reinwald claimed that he heard what appeared to be a gunshot and saw what he thought to be a muzzle flash and noticed that the back window of the Nissan Rogue was shattered. Reinwald claims that was when he opened fire. Now, you notice how the weasel words actually fit what Mr. Jordan claimed, except the difference is you got these two cops who are trying to play the orders of events backwards. And if this all sounds familiar, it should. This is exactly what Ohio police did to Jalen Walker. That case was also a police pursuit that was filled with all kinds of claims that were never verified. Police claimed that they heard a sound consistent with a gunshot. They claimed that a traffic camera captured what they believe was a muzzle flash. So just like with Mr. Jordan, we see all of these qualifiers. None of them could say for sure what they had heard or seen, but they knew that they had to kill Jalen Walker. He was gunned down in a hail of bullets. And he was also found to not be armed when police killed him. Now, these are the kind of lies that the cops told in an instance where they did have body cameras and dashboard cameras. How much more egregious do you think the lies would be in Mississippi, a place where they don't require police to wear body cameras or have dashboard cameras? So it doesn't matter what state they're in, they all stick to the same lies because they've all been coached on the same lies to say. Walker claimed that Mr. Jordan had fired from his vehicle a second time, so both he and Reinwald had no choice but to continue to shoot at the car. Walker and Reinwald also claimed that Mr. Jordan had thrown something from the car. They then claimed that some neighborhood witness confirmed that it was a bag full of dope and guns that Mr. Jordan had thrown from the vehicle, but when asked where this bag of drugs and guns were at, the two cops claimed the witness told them that 3 armed men took them. How convenient. No dashboard camera to document this alleged bag of contraband being thrown from the vehicle, and their mystery witness tells them that some unknown men, no doubt black, had run off with the only evidence. Do you really need someone to tell you that they were just lying their butts off? The local DA's office charged Mr. Jordan with shooting at the police, and that's when things took a turn for the worse. The Mississippi Bureau of Investigations handles the cover-up of police-involved shootings, the handling of investigations of police-involved shootings. Throughout their interrogations, Mr. Jordan remained adamant that he never had a gun. Even when state investigators tried the old, we have a witness that saw you toss the gun from the car, and claimed that they would use DNA to tie him to the weapon, Mr. Jordan never wavered from the truth.
I don't even own a gun. Man, we can do whatever we got to do, and I guarantee you, when all this over with, y'all gonna say, damn, Mr. Jordan did not have a gun on him.
The closest to a gun that the Mississippi Bureau of Investigation had found was a starter pistol, which wasn't even relevant to the case. The MBI claimed that they had found bullet fragments inside Mr. Jordan's car, but they were never able to link it to any alleged weapon that he had. And apparently, they didn't even bother to ask if the bullet fragments had come from the bullets fired by the police. They found some spent shell casings in the street, but again, couldn't link it to a weapon. And when they reviewed surveillance video of this police ambush, they didn't find any evidence to support the white cops' claims that anything had been tossed from the window of Mr. Jordan's vehicle. Regardless, the Mississippi Bureau of Investigation knows that when it comes to black people, you don't have to have evidence. You just have to have an accusation. And so they submitted their case to the state attorney general to be reviewed so a determination could be made as to whether or not they wanted to go to trial. However, the state attorney general's office never replied. They never said anything about the case for 2 years. This was 2 years after the start of the pandemic, so they tried to blame that for their delay, though they didn't use that excuse to justify Mr. Jordan's incarceration until after news of his case came to light. Now, this is the reason why the case of Mr. Jordan is the subject of this morning's briefing. You see, in Mississippi, criminal cases must go to trial no later than 270 days, that is 9 months, after a defendant has been indicted and arraigned. But there is no limit to how long they can hold someone while waiting to be indicted. The talking point that those reprobates like to use is that the Constitution gives you the right to a speedy trial, but not to a speedy indictment. One nonprofit reported that over 700 defendants were held in Mississippi jails for more than a year. Mr. Jordan was kept in legal limbo for over 2 years. He was never actually indicted. His lawyer had asked the court for copies of the evidence against him and a speedy trial, but no evidence was ever given. So he was being held without a trial date, or it looks like even a formal indictment. The prison he was being held at is notorious for its horrifying conditions, full of assaults, deaths, being freezing in winter, scorching in summer, the roof leaks, toilets don't work, and inmates have to sleep on the floor like Mr. Jordan did. In December of 2023, Sharita Harris filed a civil suit against the Mississippi Department of Public Safety, the Capitol Police, as well as both Walker and Reinwald. The corrupt state attorney general of Mississippi, however, a woman named Lynn Fitch, is representing these two murderous scumbags in that civil suit. Believe it or not, that's what they're doing with the people of Mississippi's tax dollars. Last August, the Mississippi Attorney General's office, after over 2.5 years of doing absolutely nothing on this case, suddenly requested a grand jury to hear the case. They tried to claim that the Mississippi Bureau of Investigation had sent them an incomplete case file and that was the reason for the long delay. On December 26th, Ryan, Walt, and Walker were each indicted by a grand jury on 2 counts of aggravated assault, one for shooting Harris, one for shooting at Jordan. They both pleaded not guilty. By February of this year, Mr. Jordan still hadn't gone to trial. No date had been set, and this time something that's all but unprecedented took place. Andre DeGruy, who was the head of the state's public defender's office, personally took on representing Mr. Jordan in court. This was part of an effort to reduce the state public defender's backlog. He made it a point not to have Mr. Jordan's trial postponed again. At that point, the DA's office was suddenly very agreeable to negotiating a plea deal. Though he had done absolutely nothing wrong, Mr. Jordan felt that merely to get out of prison, he had to plead guilty to a reduced charge of fleeing the scene and also a 2020 felony charge related to some stolen motorcycles, which had nothing to do with the night in question. The 940 days that he'd spent in pretrial detention went down as time served, and he got 2.5 years of supervised release. And as for the 2 thugs in blue who had tried to take the lives of Mr. Jordan and Miss Harris, Mississippi officials had hoped that this case would go away, but it didn't. And now the bastards are scrambling to try to make it seem like they just didn't know what was going on, but now they're so concerned and they're finally trying to do their jobs. They know that these same white GOP legislators could and should be the subjects of criminal prosecution themselves. Those state legislators knew that it was thoroughly and completely predictable that taking over Jackson's law enforcement by a bunch of white supremacist thugs would end precisely this way, and that this was exactly what the residents of Jackson had been protesting. They said this was exactly what would happen, and it did. This is what black people mean when we talk about black fatigue. It's exhausting having to have the exact same battles with the same racist degenerates over and over and over again. And of course, you won't be surprised to learn that this isn't Walker and Reinwald's only run-in with the law. Only a few weeks after the attempted murder of Mr. Jordan and Miss Harris, Reinwald and another rogue cop, Stephen Frederick, were responsible for killing Jalen Lewis, a black man who was also driving with a female passenger. Mr. Lewis was also the target of a so-called traffic stop, which these 2 thugs claimed necessitated their shooting him to death. Last month, Frederick and Reinwald were indicted for manslaughter in that case as well. To this day, the family of Mr. Lewis still hasn't gotten an explanation for why an unmarked vehicle was pursuing him or what the alleged reason was for pulling him over, much less shooting him dead. Well, you'll probably notice that this Frederick character has all kinds of tattoos on him. Now, how many of those do you want to better white supremacist symbols? Mississippi is Klan Central. so let's not pretend as if this is just innocent body art. Among other things, Walker has been charged with violating a driver's civil rights and accused of beating someone after a chase. So the attack that these two carried out against Mr. Jordan isn't the only time they've done this. You have a verifiable pattern here, which shows that what they're doing are not accidents. Ryan Walt was fired in April. Walker was allowed to leave the Capitol Police in 2023. They're both scheduled to go on trial in June, only 6 months after they were charged, which doesn't matter because they're both free on bail, which is the entire reason that what happened to Mr. Jordan was so predictably reprehensible. When we in the black media talk about racial immunity from law, this is what we're talking about. Now remember, the corrupt state attorney general in Mississippi who was so eager to bring some quickie charges against these two, she's also simultaneously defending them against the civil suit that was brought against them. But of course, she's claiming that there's no conflict of interest here. She should be allowed to both simultaneously defend them in civil court and prosecute them in criminal court. The judge on this case ordered the attorney general, however, to appoint a special prosecutor. But to me, that's a problem, because you can't expect someone corrupt like this, who was responsible for this case being dragged out for over 2.5 years, and who was defending these two scumbags in civil court, to now be allowed to choose who's going to prosecute them. If anything, the judge should be the one who appoints the special prosecutor. It just goes to show, as Neely Fuller said, white supremacy believes in taking both sides of the conversation. See, these bigots, they've always believed in sacrificing some pawns to try to save the rest of their pieces on the board. Now, all of this is happening in the U.S., and these incidents occurred right under the nose of the Biden administration, who did nothing about it and said nothing about it. Yet today you got Democrats and their shills who have the nerve to talk about preserving democracy in America. Because they're not black, they don't care that there's never actually been democracy in this country. White liberals, Democrats, etc. have only recently realized that there's a fascistic streak in the GOP, but black people, as always, have been the canaries in the coal mine. As we've seen in places like Michigan with their so-called emergency manager law, and in Florida, to Tennessee, to Jackson, Mississippi, the white right has been pushing all manner of harebrained schemes to remove control of black cities under the lie that it's all about public finances or public safety, while thoroughly ignoring the crime-ravaged and impoverished white counties and cities in their own midst. The Democrats have sat on their hands while black cities have been selectively targeted. Even after the Flint water crisis, Democrats have done nothing to push back and reverse these GOP takeovers, to say nothing of punishing the perpetrators. And yet now those same Democrats want to pretend that they're suddenly concerned about all of this. They've only just now noticed how the Republican Party has been running roughshod over people's rights. Yeah, they're noticing it now because the Republicans are trying the same stunts against them. Now it's a problem. The attempted murder of Sharita Harris and the murder of Jalen Lewis was not some unintended consequence of this GOP takeover of Jackson. The deliberate targeted racial killings of black residents was the entire point. That was the intended consequence. This was what they wanted to start doing on a statewide scale. Jackson is just supposed to be the beginning. It makes no sense to vote for Democrats unless and until they publicly run on a platform that they're going to dismantle these racist schemes by the Republicans and punish them for it. Because it doesn't matter if it was the decades-long travesty in New Bern, Alabama, or Flint, Michigan, or Jackson, Mississippi. Where black people are concerned, there's never an example of Republican overreach that's egregious enough for Democrats to make a crusade out of stopping it. Democrats organize statewide referendums to make abortion legal in red states. So they've got no problem at all challenging GOP overreach when it affects white women, when Clarence Thomas merely hinted that the Supreme Court should revisit their decision that legalized gay marriage. Democrats and Republicans both instantly put aside all their differences and during an election year banded together to make gay marriage legal at the federal level. The Democrats have never done anything like that for issues affecting black people. Even when they make their insincere noises about voting rights, which for them means illegal aliens being able to vote, they still don't actually lift a finger to do anything about it. Democrats are liars when they claim that they want to fight fascism, when they've spent decades silently complicit in every Republican scheme to turn the states into democracy-free zones. But there's also something else here. Democrats have engaged in the exact same tactics of keeping innocent black people incarcerated and unconstitutionally refusing to bring black defendants to trial themselves. I've told you in the past about Michael Walker, a black man who was illegally imprisoned by the LAPD for over 2 years without trial. The police falsely claimed that they were able to keep him jailed because the investigation was still ongoing. But the cops who falsely imprisoned him deliberately concealed evidence that they knew would exonerate him, and the DA out there refused to drop the charges or to do anything about them. This happened in liberal Los Angeles, which is in liberal California. And across the country in liberal New York, the exact same thing was happening there too. You've had numerous cases of black defendants being held at Rikers Island without trial. Many of them held in isolation, which is just a form of psychological torture. This is what's been going on in Democrat strongholds for decades. The case of Michael Walker goes back 20 years. So we see that when it comes to anti-black racism, it's a bipartisan issue. Both of the major parties are equally guilty of it. Both parties do it. So neither party wants to see these practices stopped, and they damn sure don't want to see anyone punished for it. This is why we need a specific anti-black hate crime law, and it has to be one that has provisions to punish the police for the crimes they commit against us, concealing evidence, locking people up without charge or trial. And this is not something that we should try to nicely and politely ask the Democrats to do. They've been part of the problem. This is going to be about grabbing them by the scruff of the neck and forcing them to do it, and ignoring all of their shills and plants who say, well, if the Democrats aren't in office, the Republicans will be even worse. That's the game the Democrats like to play. They like to let the Republicans put all of these anti-black measures on the books, and then the Democrats say, you better vote for us, or else. Or else what? Are you going to do anything about it? No, we're not going to do anything about it, but if you don't want things to get even worse, you better vote for us. Well, if there's one thing that we should take away from the case of Mr. Jordan, it's that justice delayed is justice denied. And in either case, injustice should never be forgiven. And that's this week's Friday Crime Report. Keep your eyes open and stay on alert, because there's a lot worse criminals out there than the ones the white corporate media chooses to show you.
I actually think that he's McGruff the crime dog. That's what he sounds like.
I like the style, man. But I don't think that...
You've never heard him before?
Yeah, I've heard him. Hold on one second.
Oh, okay. What are you about to disagree with?
No, the Democrats sat on their hands. They didn't do anything about it, but they want to act like they're a reserving democracy, how he put it.
Yeah, well, he's pretty much a pox on both their houses. The problem is this sort of stuff, and I haven't gone and fact checked the dude. However, you'd never hear Be Brave talk about the egregious shit that stuff like this. It's not the actual people working for the government doing stuff that they shouldn't do that's bringing down the country. It's the blacks. And I've done my Monday. Actually, I didn't intend on doing a show this morning. I was, Monday through Thursday is what I was going to do, but I had an extra show title. But this is the stuff that I don't hear the John Galts and the other anti-blacks. They never talk about this shit. There's enough crime and mayhem to go around. It's not just all black people. And these folks...
There was a lot to take away from that video.
Oh, like there was a shitload.
Yeah, they could have picked up and moved too. I mean, but and then even for me, I don't care because I'm not there.
Well, no, you know what? I don't care because I'm not there. But if you're going to say how fucked up black culture is, maybe some of why people want to resist when they get stopped by cops is they're afraid of cops like the ones described in this video. Not everyone is able to go, well, hey, statistically, I'm going to be okay. Some people see what cops are capable of doing. And this is why I get so exhausted with people like John Galt. This motherfucker, I don't know what to say other than he could do better if he chose to do better.
So wait, and let's make this circular. If cops are bad in a certain area, we move
Okay, no.
away from.
Let's not do that. That's not my point. My
I
point,
know.
my point is that, hey, there is enough bad stuff going on to go around. I'm just saying it's not all blacks. There are other things. I'm more afraid of people who are agents of the state doing egregious stuff than I am some hood, shooting up his neighborhood. I think cops can do more damage because theirs can be systemic than, some little hood. And people, there are certain anti-blacks, white and black, who just don't have the kind of thinking process that can hold both problems in one space. And so we go. It's just, it don't be reviewing my show because there's shit here you obviously don't understand, or if you do understand it and you're twisting it, then it's intentional. And John, again, I tend to hold the audience more accountable than I actually hold the performer.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a fair way to look at it or the fair way to be.
Hey,
With the
life
audience, people are going to show up and see
since
the
when
show.
does fairness? Since when is life fair?
No, it's not fair, but it's just like your approach to it. Why they're not the ones saying these things. They're just the ones consuming it. They hold no burden of responsibility for what's said.
But let me put it to you this way: when John Galt does his coon act, if no one's there, he'll figure out that it's what he's doing is not popular. His coon show gets a lot of audience, gets a lot in the chat. Therefore, he is encouraged to continue doing it. It's the audience. Passive that they may be, they do play a role.
Small, very smaller, a smaller role. I get it because your familiar names. You see these people come in and out of your chat as well. Probably even me as well.
Oh, I do.
But
When they get
so
bored.
what you're saying is that you have a higher expectation for those who are in the chat who just consume it. I'm not coming here
Well,
for advice. They're
I
coming
don't.
for
Hey,
entertainment.
if the excuse is they need entertainment, then they know where to get it. I am not always entertaining.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I think you're entertaining enough. Well, I'm in the audience. I like your reviews, and I respect your opinion and wealth of knowledge on some of these things.
Well, I appreciate it, but I don't know. I probably need to. We are at let's see, what, 4:11, which is good enough for Friday. Everybody go over to John's show and help him finish out the week. I may hop in the audience, but to be honest, I'm kind of tired. Oddly enough, I've been up since 12. I hopped on T's show and almost didn't do this show. Probably what I should have done is just stayed with T and Mo Love and just gone to bed afterwards.
Where's your guy Gully been? Have you seen him out here anywhere?
He's still doing his show.
I guess stop by Tom and say, "What's up, man?"
Yeah, well, mend the fences. You know what? He doesn't
It was
get to touch
nothing
the tree.
major. Wait, it was nothing heavy or major. It just might have been a difference, or maybe he just grew tired because there was at the time it was a lot going on. I haven't seen
Yep.
HB in these streets either, so
I think HB changed jobs or something.
yeah, that's probably why.
So I think his schedule has changed, but you know he'll be around. I mean I know he's been in the chat a couple times.
Yeah, I haven't heard him. I haven't heard his
What's
voice.
up,
So.
Kelvin?
But be that as it may, appreciate you for letting me up. You know, I probably don't have much,
Oh,
but
absolutely. Hey, you are my anger. What is it? The anger translation. You remember that Key and Peele thing where
yeah. Oh
someone
man.
was his anger management or anger translator or something like that?
Yeah, something like that. Hey, but if I'm glad of, you know, if I have
Hey,
any
Kel.
effect, I'm glad it's there. You know.
Well, you have
But,
a calming effect.
yeah, that was your points are valid, Stanley, and I can't argue with it. So
Yeah, well, you know, I might have to put on my big boy pants and deal with it. You know, I keep fussing at people to deal with it. And you know, I need to take my own advice. I do realize that. So everybody, Kelvin, John's on. I'm gonna go ahead and end this. You should have come earlier. Apparently your schedule has changed, or you're still on the beaches of San Juan or something.
man, I've been
So
skipping the
anyway,
gym. That's the problem. I gotta get back in the gym.
yeah, you should. All right, folks. If you are new to the channel, please hit the like button. And if you're not new, hit the like button as well. Please make sure you subscribe. You're still on the beaches. If you're new,
I'm
subscribe to
working
the
towards that actually. So pray for
we're
that.
going to the beach or
Living
San
at the
Juan.
beach.
You know
Living at the
what?
beach.
I grew up in Savannah, which is on the water, for the most part, and I would rather live in the mountains. And my wife was the opposite. You know, she kind of grew up with the mountains, and her I think her dream was to get a place on the beach in like North Carolina or something. And I'm like, are you crazy?
Yeah, I'm thinking
No,
more like Costa Rica. I don't want to go that way. That direction.
oh. Well, I've heard good things about Costa Rica.
Yeah.
And your
Place
wife
to be.
speaks Spanish. How's your Spanish?
Subpar. I haven't went through the immersion so far, so plus I work two jobs. It's kind of hard getting the education, and it's either that or actually work towards the career field that I prefer to be in.
Uh-huh.
I touch on it every day, but I prefer to work towards that goal of being able to be more mobile, work a
Right.
remote, that kind of thing. So
Right.
it's a secondary priority.
Right. Well, Kelvin, you and me both. I could deal with marrying a Cuban woman. Make me a sandwich, a Cubano.
And they are beautiful.
I only want a Cubano. Don't ever make me another type of sandwich.
There you
All
go,
right,
Stanley.
so-
But I'll chat at you later, man.
Okay. May not be back till Monday, but I may pop up this weekend. Who knows?
All right, bro. Take
Have
care.
a good weekend if I don't talk to you. So everyone, just go ahead, hit the like button. Make sure you subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel if you are new to the channel. Spread the wealth. I'm not averse to getting some Bud Light this weekend, so support your host. Support the show when you support the host. And make sure you support Portia, our executive producer, who was in the chat. I guess it was yesterday morning. I haven't seen her this morning. Please subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel at Stanley Cross 6000. I do the occasional video essay, and I'm feeling lazy because I haven't done any this week, but I will try over the weekend. And everyone have a good weekend. I may pop up tomorrow, depending on what happens. And at a minimum, I'll see you Monday morning at around 3:45 in the morning. So y'all take it easy.
If you know somebody who drive a truck, I bet you he don't have a relationship with a lot lizard. All these truck drivers love these lot lizards. I promise. Lot lizard, come on baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard, put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard, call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard, twerk, 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 twerk. And she at the truck stop, walking with her butt out, and she got her stomach out, and she only come out when the sun out. She's a lot lizard. She's a lot lizard. He can be your boyfriend, cousin, husband, daddy, brother. It don't even matter if he driving trucks all around the country and he making money. I bet you he fuck a lot lizard. Come on, baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard. Put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard. Call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard. Twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Lot lizard. Twerk, twerk.